Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Young Believer. In the heart of the Noxian Empire, where ambition cuts sharper than any blade and strength determines worth, there once lived a girl whose faith burned brighter than the forges that shaped her destiny. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of evening, let us journey to the beginnings of a story both tragic and beautiful, the tale of Riven, whose unshakable belief in her homeland would one day become the very thing that shattered her soul. Picture, if you will, the sprawling city of Noxus in the years before the great campaigns that would reshape Valoran. The capital rises like a monument to mortal ambition, its dark stone towers piercing the sky with defiant pride. Red banners snap in the wind, bearing the three-bladed symbol of an empire that has never known retreat. In the lower districts, where the scent of molten metal mingles with the sweat of honest labor, a young girl named Riven learned her first lessons about what it meant to be Noxian. Riven's childhood was painted in shades of iron and determination. Born to a family of modest means, she grew up in the shadow of the great military academies, watching as older children marched in formation through streets worn smooth by countless boots. Her father worked in one of the many weapon forges that supplied the ever-expanding legions, his hands permanently stained black from the coal and steel that fed Noxus's endless hunger for conquest. Her mother tended to the wounded soldiers who returned from distant campaigns, learning the arts of battlefield medicine that kept the Empire's war machine functioning. From her earliest memories, Riven understood that Noxus was more than a place. It was an ideal, a way of life that demanded everything and offered everything in return. Strength was not merely physical prowess, but the will to overcome any obstacle, to rise above one's station through merit and determination alone. In Noxus, she learned, birth meant nothing compared to what you could make of yourself through sheer force of will. The young girl absorbed these lessons like dry earth drinks in rain. When other children played with dolls or simple games, Riven fashioned practice swords from broken wood and spent hours drilling the basic forms she observed from watching the city guards. Her parents, recognizing the fire that burned within their daughter, supported her dreams even when they worried about where such ambition might lead. In Noxus, after all, the greatest honor any family could achieve was to see their child serve the Empire with distinction. As Riven grew, so did her understanding of Noxian philosophy. She learned that the Empire's conquests were not acts of cruelty, but of liberation, freeing weak nations from the burden of their own inadequacy and offering them the chance to become part of something greater. Every territory that fell to Noxian might was given the opportunity to prove their worth, to contribute their unique strengths to the ever-growing tapestry of the Empire. This was not domination, young Riven believed, but salvation. The girl's natural talent with weapons became apparent early in her adolescence. During the public demonstrations that accompanied military recruitment festivals, Riven would volunteer to spar with junior officers, displaying a combination of raw skill and tactical insight that impressed even veteran soldiers. Her movements carried an elegance that seemed almost artistic, yet every strike was delivered with the kind of focused intensity that could only come from complete dedication to one's craft. Teachers at the local combat academy began to take notice of the blacksmith's daughter, who fought with the passion of someone twice her age. They spoke of her potential in hushed, excited tones. Here was a young woman who embodied everything Noxus claimed to value. She possessed natural ability, certainly, but more importantly, she demonstrated the kind of unwavering commitment to excellence that could carry the Empire's banners to the far corners of the world. Riven's faith in Noxus was not blind worship, but a deep, thoughtful conviction born from seeing the Empire's principles lived out in the daily lives of its citizens. She witnessed former enemies who had been welcomed into Noxian society after proving their worth in combat. She saw brilliant minds from conquered territories elevated to positions of influence, based purely on their ability to contribute to the Empire's goals. In Noxus, she believed true merit was the only currency that mattered. When recruitment officers visited her district, seeking promising young candidates for advanced military training, Riven presented herself with the quiet confidence of someone who had found her calling. The trials were grueling, designed to test not only physical capability but mental resilience and moral character. Candidates were pushed to their absolute limits, forced to make difficult decisions under pressure, required to demonstrate the kind of leadership that could inspire others to follow them into the darkest of battles. Through every challenge, Riven excelled not because she was naturally superior to her peers, but because she approached each trial with the complete conviction that she was meant to serve something greater than herself. When asked to explain why she sought to join the military, her answer was simple yet profound. Noxus gave me the chance to become more than I was born to be. I want to help others discover that same strength. The officers who evaluated her were struck by the sincerity of her devotion. Here was not a young woman seeking personal glory or advancement, but someone who genuinely believed that military service was the highest form of citizenship. Her instructors noted that she possessed that rarest of qualities, the ability to inspire others through example rather than intimidation. Fellow recruits naturally looked to her for guidance, not because she demanded their respect, but because she had earned it through consistent demonstration of the values they all aspired to embody. As her formal training progressed, Riven's understanding of Noxian military doctrine deepened. She learned that the Empire's armies were not mere instruments of destruction, but sophisticated organizations capable of building as well as conquering. Noxian engineers constructed roads and aqueducts that connected distant provinces. Noxian administrators established trade networks that brought prosperity to regions that had never known such wealth. Noxian scholars preserved and studied the knowledge of every culture they encountered, ensuring that wisdom was never lost to the ravages of time. This was the Noxus that captured Riven's imagination completely, an empire that conquered not for the sake of conquest, but to create a world where strength, intelligence, and determination could flourish regardless of one's origins. She envisioned herself as part of this grand project, carrying the Empire's banner to distant lands and offering their inhabitants the same opportunities that had been given to her ancestors generations ago. The young woman's dedication to her training bordered on obsession, but it was the kind of focused intensity that her instructors recognized as the mark of a true soldier. She studied military history with the same passion she brought to weapons practice, learning from the campaigns of legendary Noxian generals who had shaped the known world through their strategic brilliance. She memorized the Empire's code of conduct until she could recite it from memory, understanding that these principles were not mere rules, but the foundation upon which all their victories had been built. Her fellow recruits often marveled at Riven's ability to find meaning and purpose in even the most mundane aspects of military life. Where others saw endless drills as tedious repetition, she saw the development of muscle memory that could save lives in critical moments. Where others grumbled about strict discipline, she recognized the cultivation of self-control that separated professional soldiers from mere fighters. In every aspect of her training, Riven found confirmation of her belief that Noxus represented humanity's highest aspirations made manifest. As her time in the academy drew toward its close, Riven prepared for her first real assignment with a mixture of excitement and solemn determination. She had proven herself worthy of serving the empire that had given her everything: purpose, identity, and the chance to become part of something that would outlast any individual life. The broken sword that would one day symbolize her shattered faith still gleamed whole and bright in the forges of her imagination. waiting to be wielded in service of the only cause she had ever believed truly mattered. Standing on the threshold between training and service, Riven embodied everything Noxus claimed to represent: strength tempered by wisdom, ambition guided by principle, and unwavering loyalty to ideals that promised to make the world a better place through the application of disciplined force. She could not have imagined then that these very beliefs, held so purely and completely, would one day become the source of her greatest anguish. As we conclude this glimpse into the making of a true believer, perhaps we might wonder, what does it mean to have faith so complete that it defines every aspect of who we are, and what happens when that faith encounters truths too painful to ignore? Chapter 2. The Devoted Soldier. In the crimson dawn of a new day, where the sun rises over battlefields yet to be claimed and victories yet to be won, we find our young believer transformed into something far more formidable, a weapon forged in the crucible of absolute conviction. Tonight, let us follow Riven as she takes her first steps as a commissioned officer in the Noxian military, where her unwavering faith would be tested, not by doubt, but by the intoxicating validation of success after success. The transition from academy to active service marked a profound transformation in Riven's life. No longer was she simply a promising recruit with potential. She had become a commissioned officer in the most powerful military force Valorant had ever known. The ceremony that marked her graduation was conducted in the Great Hall of the Immortal Bastion, where countless generations of Noxian officers had sworn the same oath that now fell from her lips with reverent precision. Standing among her fellow graduates, Riven felt the weight of history settling upon her shoulders like a mantle of purpose. The ancient walls around them had witnessed the planning of campaigns that shaped continents, the forging of alliances that toppled kingdoms, and the birth of strategies that would be studied by military minds for centuries to come. To stand in that hallowed space as a newly minted officer was to become part of a legacy that stretched back to the very foundations of the Empire. Her first assignment came with the kind of calculated precision that demonstrated how carefully the Noxian High Command managed their human resources. Rather than being thrust immediately into major campaigns, Riven was placed under the mentorship of Captain Marcus Thorne, a veteran officer whose reputation for developing young talent was matched only by his skill in translating Noxian principles into practical battlefield success. Captain Thorne commanded a mixed unit stationed along the Empire's expanding eastern borders, where skirmishes with rival city-states provided the perfect environment for new officers to gain experience without the overwhelming complexity of full-scale warfare. Under his guidance, Riven learned that the theoretical knowledge she had absorbed in the academy was only the foundation upon which real military expertise was built. The young officer's first taste of actual combat came during a border dispute with a confederation of independent settlements that had been disrupting Noxian trade routes. The enemy fighters were skilled and desperate, defending their homeland with the kind of fierce determination that Riven could respect even as she worked to overcome it. What struck her most profoundly about this initial engagement was how cleanly the Noxian approach to warfare translated theory into practice. Where the enemy fought with passion but little coordination, Noxian forces moved with the synchronized precision of a well-tuned instrument. Every soldier understood their role not just in their immediate unit, but in the larger strategic picture that guided the entire operation. Communications flowed seamlessly up and down the chain of command, allowing for rapid adaptation to changing battlefield conditions. Most importantly, the Noxian forces never forgot that the ultimate goal was not destruction for its own sake, but the establishment of lasting stability under imperial rule. Riven's natural talents flourished in this environment of structured excellence. Her ability to read battlefield dynamics and adapt her tactics accordingly impressed her superiors, but what truly set her apart was her capacity to inspire the soldiers under her command. She led not through fear or intimidation, but by embodying the very principles she asked others to follow. When she ordered an advance, she was always at the front of the formation. When she called for discipline under fire, her own composure remained unshakable. The soldiers who served under her began to speak of Lieutenant Riven in the same reverent tones they reserved for the Empire's most legendary commanders. She possessed an almost supernatural ability to appear wherever her troops needed her most, whether that meant reinforcing a wavering line or exploiting a sudden opportunity in the enemy's formation. Her tactical decisions consistently demonstrated the kind of strategic thinking that elevated good officers to greatness. As her reputation grew, so did the complexity and importance of her assignments. Captain Thorne began entrusting her with independent operations that would have challenged officers with twice her experience. Each success built upon the last, creating a momentum of achievement that seemed to validate every principle she had learned about Noxian superiority. The Empire's enemies fell before her not because of superior numbers or equipment, but because of the disciplined application of strategic thinking and unwavering commitment to victory. During a particularly challenging campaign against a coalition of mountain tribes, faced with enemies who knew every pass and cave in their territory, she developed a strategy that turned their geographical advantages against them. Rather than attempting to siege fortified positions, she used carefully orchestrated feints and withdrawals to draw enemy forces into terrain where Noxian discipline and organization could overwhelm tribal fighting techniques. The success of this campaign earned Riven promotion to captain, at an age when most officers were still learning to manage squad-level operations. More importantly, it brought her to the notice of General Swain himself, the brilliant strategist whose vision was reshaping Noxian military doctrine for a new age of conquest. To be recognized by such a figure was the highest honor any young officer could hope to achieve. Under Swain's distant but approving eye, Captain Riven found herself assigned to increasingly prestigious units, tasked with the most challenging operations the Empire faced. She learned to coordinate between different military branches, integrating infantry, cavalry, and magical support into seamlessly functioning combined arms formations. Her understanding of logistics and supply lines deepened as she took responsibility for maintaining units in the field for extended periods without compromising their fighting effectiveness. What perhaps impressed her superiors most was Riven's ability to maintain the morale and discipline of her troops, even during the most difficult campaigns. She possessed an intuitive understanding of what motivated soldiers to fight beyond their perceived limits, and she used this knowledge to forge units that functioned more like extended families than mere military formations. Her soldiers trusted her judgment implicitly because she had never given them reason to doubt that she valued their lives as much as she valued victory. The young captain's tactical innovations began to influence Noxian military doctrine more broadly. Her reports on enemy fighting techniques and terrain utilization were circulated among the officer corps as examples of the kind of analytical thinking the Empire needed to maintain its competitive edge. Her recommendations for equipment modifications and training improvements were implemented across multiple legions, spreading her influence far beyond the units she directly commanded. During this period of rapid advancement, Riven's faith in Noxian principles only grew stronger. Every success seemed to prove that the Empire's approach to warfare and governance was not merely effective, but actively virtuous. She witnessed firsthand how conquered territories flourished under Noxian administration, how former enemies found new purpose and prosperity as imperial citizens, and how the disciplined application of force could create lasting peace where chaos had previously reigned. The captain's personal combat skills also evolved during this time, refined by constant practice and tested in countless engagements. She developed a fighting style that perfectly embodied Noxian martial philosophy, efficient, adaptable, and devastatingly effective. Her techniques emphasized using an opponent's strength against them, finding the precise moment when force applied at the right point could achieve maximum effect with minimum expenditure of energy. Word of Captain Riven's exceptional abilities eventually reached the very highest levels of Noxian command. When the Empire began planning its most ambitious campaign in generations, the conquest of Ionia, her name appeared on the short list of officers selected to lead this historic endeavor. For a soldier who had begun her career less than a decade earlier, such recognition represented the fulfillment of every dream she had harbored since childhood. The assignment to the Ionian campaign came with a prize that elevated Riven's status even further within the military hierarchy. She was selected to carry one of the legendary runic blades forged specifically for the Empire's most trusted champions. These weapons represented the pinnacle of Noxian military craftsmanship, combining traditional metallurgy with magical enhancement to create tools worthy of the Empire's greatest warriors. As Captain Riven prepared for the Ionian deployment, she embodied everything the Noxian military system was designed to produce. An officer of unquestioned loyalty, proven tactical brilliance, and absolute commitment to the Empire's vision of ordered conquest. She had risen through the ranks, not through political maneuvering or inherited privilege, but through consistent demonstration of the merit-based excellence that formed the foundation of Noxian society. Standing at the pinnacle of her early career, preparing to carry the Empire's banner into a new land, Riven represented the perfect fusion of individual achievement and collective purpose. She was no longer merely a believer in Noxian ideals, she had become their living embodiment, a weapon forged in the fires of absolute conviction and tempered by an unbroken string of victories that seemed to prove the righteousness of everything she had devoted her life to defending. As we witness this moment of triumph, when faith and achievement converged to create what seemed like destiny manifest, perhaps we might consider, how does success shape our understanding of ourselves, and what happens when the foundations of that success reveal cracks we never imagined could exist? Chapter 3. The Runic Blade. In the deepest forges of the immortal bastion, where fire burns with colors that have no names and magic flows like molten starlight, the greatest treasures of Noxus are born from the marriage of ancient craft and imperial ambition. Tonight, as shadows dance in the gentle glow of our evening's contemplation, let us witness the creation of a weapon that would become far more than steel and sorcery. A blade that would serve as both the symbol of Riven's devotion and ultimately the mirror in which her shattered faith would be reflected. The forges of Noxus have always been places where the impossible becomes inevitable, where the raw materials of conquest are transformed into instruments of destiny. Deep beneath the capital's bustling streets, master craftsmen work in chambers carved from living rock, their workshops illuminated by flames that burn without consuming, sustained by magical principles that took centuries to perfect. It was in one such sanctuary of creation that Riven's blade began its journey from vision to reality. The commission for a new runic weapon came directly from the highest levels of military command, part of the preparation for the Ionian campaign that would test the Empire's might against one of the most magically sophisticated nations in the known world. General Swain himself had determined that such an ambitious undertaking required not just exceptional strategies and superior soldiers, but weapons that could serve as focal points for both magical power and symbolic authority. Master Artificer Darius Kane, whose family had served the Empire's weaponsmiths for 7 generations, received the honor of crafting what would become Riven's signature blade. Kane was renowned throughout Noxus for his ability to blend traditional metallurgy with cutting-edge runic enhancement, creating weapons that functioned as seamlessly in the hands of their wielders as extensions of their own will. His workshop was a place where science and sorcery danced together in perfect harmony. The process began with the selection of materials, each component chosen not merely for its physical properties, but for its magical resonance and symbolic significance. The base metal came from ore mined in the mountains of Noxus itself, iron that had been shaped by the same geological forces that forged the Empire's character. This raw material carried within its crystalline structure the accumulated strength of the land that had given birth to the most powerful nation in Valoran. To this foundation, Master Kane added elements gathered from across the Empire's vast territories: silver from the northern provinces, where Noxian legions had proven their ability to conquer even in the harshest climates; copper from the eastern settlements, where former enemies had learned to contribute their unique skills to the imperial cause. Each metal brought not just its own properties, but the essence of victory itself, the accumulated weight of successful conquest transformed into tangible form. The magical components required even greater care in their selection. The runes that would be inscribed into the blade's surface came from the archives of the Imperial College of War Magic, where scholars had spent decades studying and refining the mystical formulas that gave Noxian weapons their legendary effectiveness. These were not mere decorative symbols, but functional magical circuits designed to channel and amplify the wielder's own spiritual energy. The specific runic pattern chosen for Riven's blade reflected both her personal combat style and the broader strategic requirements of the Ionian campaign. The primary enchantments focused on enhancing the weapon's cutting power and durability, ensuring that it could maintain its edge even against the mystical defenses that Ionian mages were known to employ. Secondary effects provided the wielder with enhanced reflexes and tactical awareness, magical augmentations that would prove crucial in battles where split-second decisions could determine the fate of entire operations. Master Cain began the forging process during the dark of the moon, when the mystical influences that might interfere with the weapon's creation were at their weakest. The actual shaping of the metal required 7 days and nights of continuous work, with the artificer carefully monitoring not just the temperature and composition of his materials, but the ebb and flow of magical energies that would determine the blade's ultimate character. The forge itself was a marvel of Noxian engineering, designed to maintain precise control over both heat and magical flux. Chambers carved into the bedrock channeled geothermal energy upward, while enchanted ventilation systems regulated the flow of mystical forces with the same precision that mechanical systems controlled air and temperature. Every aspect of the workshop had been optimized to create an environment where the impossible could be achieved through the disciplined application of knowledge and skill. As the blade took shape under Master Cain's expert hands, its character began to emerge like a personality awakening from dormancy. The steel gleamed with a subtle inner light that spoke of the magical energies woven into its very structure. The edge held a sharpness that seemed to cut not just through physical materials, but through the very air itself, leaving traces of disrupted magical fields in its wake. This was not merely a weapon, but a conduit for the wielder's will made manifest in the physical world. The inscription of the runes represented the most delicate phase of the entire process, using tools crafted from crystallized dragon's breath and guided by measurements precise to fractions of millimeters. Master Cain carved the mystical symbols into the blade's surface, with the reverent care of a scholar copying sacred texts. Each line had to be perfect, each curve aligned with mathematical precision, for even the smallest error could cause the entire enchantment to fail catastrophically. The runes themselves told a story of power and purpose, their ancient meanings layered with contemporary applications that reflected centuries of Noxian magical development. Symbols of strength intertwined with representations of victory, while glyphs denoting leadership were balanced by marks that signified unwavering loyalty to the Empire's cause. The overall pattern created a visual representation of everything the blade was meant to embody, the perfect fusion of individual excellence and collective purpose. When the runic inscription was complete, Master Cain began the final phase of the weapon's creation, the binding of its mystical properties to the soul of its intended wielder. This process required a sample of Riven's own spiritual essence, obtained through a meditation ritual that connected her consciousness directly to the blade's emerging identity. For 3 days, the young captain sat in silent communion with her weapon, allowing her will and its potential to merge into seamless unity. The binding process revealed the true depth of Riven's connection to Noxian ideals. As her spiritual energy flowed into the blade's runic matrix, the weapon's enchantments aligned themselves with her deepest convictions about duty, honor, and service to the Empire. The blade became not just a tool she could wield, but an extension of her own commitment to everything Noxus represented. When she held it, she could feel the weight of generations of Noxian warriors who had carried similar weapons in service of the same cause. The completed blade was a masterpiece that exceeded even Master Cain's considerable expectations. Its length was perfectly balanced for Riven's fighting style, neither too heavy for her swift, precise techniques, nor too light to deliver the devastating blows that characterized Noxian martial doctrine. The crossguard bore the Empire's triple blade symbol, wrought in precious metals that gleamed like captured starlight. The grip was wrapped in leather taken from creatures that had never known defeat, treated with alchemical processes that ensured it would never slip from the wielder's grasp. More importantly than its physical perfection, the blade resonated with magical energies that elevated its wielder's capabilities far beyond normal human limits. When Riven moved with the weapon in her hands, her reflexes accelerated to supernatural speeds. Her tactical awareness expanded to encompass details that would normally escape notice. Her physical strength increased to levels that allowed her to cleave through armor and magical barriers with equal ease. The weapon's most remarkable property, however, was its ability to channel and focus the wielder's emotional state into tangible combat effects. When Riven fought with complete confidence in her cause, the blade's edge could cut through virtually any defense. When her tactical awareness reached perfect clarity, the weapon seemed to move of its own accord, striking with precision that bordered on the supernatural. The blade functioned as an amplifier for everything that made its wielder exceptional. The formal presentation of the completed weapon took place in a ceremony attended by the highest levels of Noxian leadership. General Swain himself spoke of the blade's significance, describing it not merely as a tool of war, but as a symbol of the Empire's commitment to excellence in all its endeavors. The weapon represented the culmination of centuries of magical and metallurgical development, proof that Noxian civilization could create wonders that rivaled anything achieved by older, more traditionally magical cultures. For Riven, receiving the blade was the single most important moment of her military career. To be entrusted with such a weapon was to be recognized as one of the Empire's most valuable assets, a warrior whose skill and loyalty had earned her a place among the legendary champions who shaped history through the force of their will. The weight of the sword in her hands felt like destiny itself, the physical manifestation of every dream she had harbored since childhood. As she practiced with her new weapon in the weeks before the Ionian deployment, Riven discovered that it seemed to anticipate her intentions, moving with a fluidity that made her earlier fighting techniques seem clumsy by comparison. The blade's magical enhancements didn't simply make her stronger or faster, they made her more completely herself, amplifying the qualities that had always defined her as a warrior, while eliminating the small imperfections that had previously limited her effectiveness. The runic blade became more than Riven's weapon. It became the physical embodiment of her relationship with Noxus itself. Every time she drew it from its scabbard, she felt the weight of the Empire's trust and the responsibility that came with representing its ideals on the battlefield. The sword was a reminder of everything she had achieved through merit and dedication, proof that the Noxian system truly did reward excellence regardless of one's origins. Standing on the eve of her departure for Ionia, blade at her side and faith burning brighter than ever, Riven embodied the perfect unity of warrior and weapon, individual and institution, personal ambition and collective purpose. The sword that hung at her hip was not just steel and sorcery, but the crystallized essence of everything she believed about the righteousness of Noxian power and the nobility of serving something greater than oneself. As we contemplate this moment of perfect synthesis, when belief and ability were forged into an instrument of seemingly unstoppable purpose, perhaps we might wonder, what does it mean to carry the physical embodiment of our deepest convictions? And how does our understanding change when those convictions themselves begin to fracture? Chapter 4. The Ionian Campaign. Across the narrow sea that separates conquest from consequence, where eastern winds carry the scent of blossoming trees and ancient wisdom, a fleet of black ships cuts through waters that reflect both ambition and innocence. Tonight, as we drift toward peaceful rest, let us follow Riven across those fateful waters to the land of Ionia, where her unshakable faith would encounter beauty so profound that it would plant the first seeds of doubt in soil she had never imagined could be disturbed. The voyage to Ionia stretched across 10 days of seemingly endless ocean, each morning bringing the Noxian invasion fleet closer to a destiny that none aboard could truly comprehend. Captain Riven stood at the prow of the command vessel, her runic blade secure at her side, watching the horizon with the focused intensity of a predator approaching its prey. Around her, Hundreds of ships bearing the Empire's finest soldiers cut through waters that had remained peaceful for generations, their black hulls carrying the promise of transformation to a land that had never known Noxian rule. The briefings Riven had received about Ionia painted a picture of a nation weakened by its own philosophical contradictions. Intelligence reports described a collection of provinces united more by mystical tradition than practical governance, their military forces hampered by an unwillingness to embrace the kind of centralized command structure that made Noxian armies so devastatingly effective. The Ionians were portrayed as a people too attached to abstract concepts of balance and harmony to mount effective resistance against disciplined, purpose-driven invaders. Yet, as the fleet drew closer to their destination, Riven began to notice details that didn't quite align with the intelligence assessments she had studied. The very air seemed different here, charged with energies that made her runic blade hum softly in its scabbard. The water itself appeared more vibrant, as if infused with life force that existed nowhere else in her experience. Even the birds that occasionally flew past the ships moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural, their flight patterns following currents of wind that her trained tactical mind couldn't quite predict. When the Ionian coastline finally appeared on the horizon, Riven felt her breath catch in her throat despite herself. The land that spread before the invasion fleet was unlike anything she had ever seen, a tapestry of colors and forms that seemed to exist in perfect harmony with one another. Ancient forests stretched inland from shores lined with crystalline sand, their canopy shifting through shades of green that had no names in any language she knew. Mountains rose in the distance like sleeping giants, their peaks wreathed in clouds that moved with deliberate purpose rather than random wind patterns. The first landing went exactly as Noxian doctrine dictated it should. The Empire's forces established beachheads with mechanical precision, securing key terrain and setting up supply lines with the efficiency that had conquered half a continent. Local fishing villages were occupied without significant resistance, their inhabitants seeming more confused than hostile as Noxian administrators began the process of integrating them into the imperial system. Everything proceeded according to plan, yet Riven found herself troubled by something she couldn't quite identify. It wasn't the lack of resistance that bothered her. Intelligence had predicted that initial opposition would be minimal. What unsettled the young captain was the way the Ionians themselves seemed to regard the invasion. Where she had expected fear, resentment, or at least resigned acceptance of inevitable conquest, she instead encountered a kind of profound sadness that seemed to emanate from the very landscape itself. The occupied villages felt like places where joy had simply evaporated, leaving behind an emptiness that no amount of efficient administration could fill. As the invasion forces moved inland, Riven began to understand that Ionia was not merely a collection of territories to be conquered, but a living entity whose essence was inextricably linked to the spiritual traditions that governed its people's lives. The forests they marched through seemed to watch their passage with ancient eyes, while streams that should have run clear turned murky in the wake of their advance. It was as if the land itself was responding to their presence with a kind of gentle mourning. The Ionian settlements they encountered defied every expectation Riven had formed about conquered populations. Rather than the squalid villages or crumbling cities that typically characterized territories ripe for Noxian improvement, she found communities that existed in remarkable harmony with their natural surroundings. Houses were built from materials that seemed to have been shaped rather than cut, growing from the earth itself in forms that complemented rather than dominated the landscape. Gardens bloomed with flowers that possessed colors more vivid than any she had ever seen, while fountains channeled water through patterns that created music as beautiful as any composed by human hands. The people themselves presented an even greater puzzle. Where Noxian intelligence had suggested a population weakened by philosophical division, Riven observed communities that functioned with a kind of organic unity she had never encountered. Decisions seemed to emerge from collective contemplation rather than hierarchical command, yet somehow the results achieved levels of efficiency that rivaled anything the Empire had accomplished through centralized planning. Children played games that taught them to move in harmony with natural rhythms, while adults went about their daily tasks with a serenity that spoke of deep contentment with their way of life. Most troubling of all was the way the Ionians responded to the occupation itself, rather than the sullen resentment or desperate resistance that typically greeted Noxian conquest. They exhibited a kind of patient acceptance that seemed to encompass both understanding and pity. When Riven's soldiers requisitioned supplies, the villagers complied without protest, but their eyes held a sadness that suggested they mourned not for their lost possessions, but for the invaders themselves. It was as if they could see something the Noxians could not, some terrible consequence that was invisible to those who brought it about. As weeks passed, and the invasion progressed deeper into Ionian territory, Riven found herself paying closer attention to details that should have been irrelevant to military operations. She noticed how flowers seemed to wilt in areas where large numbers of Noxian troops had camped, how birds stopped singing in forests that had been cleared for tactical purposes, how streams that had run crystal clear for centuries began to show signs of contamination, despite strict adherence to imperial sanitation protocols. The captain's first direct encounter with Ionian resistance came not through organized military opposition, but through witnessing the spiritual practices that connected the people to their land. During what should have been a routine patrol through a recently occupied province, her unit stumbled upon a ceremony being conducted in a grove of trees so ancient they seemed to predate human civilization itself. The participants were not warriors or leaders, but ordinary villagers engaged in what appeared to be a form of collective meditation. As Riven and her soldiers approached, prepared to disperse what they assumed was an unauthorized gathering, something extraordinary occurred. The air around the grove began to shimmer with barely visible energy, and for a moment the captain felt as if she could perceive the connections that linked every living thing in the immediate area. Trees, flowers, birds, insects, and humans all seemed to exist as parts of a single vast organism whose complexity and beauty exceeded anything she had ever imagined. The sensation lasted only seconds before military training reasserted itself, and she ordered the gathering dispersed. But the memory lingered with troubling persistence. For the first time since her arrival in Ionia, Riven found herself questioning whether the Empire's mission of bringing order to this land might somehow be missing something essential about what already existed here. The doubt was small, barely perceptible, but it was present in a way that her previous absolute certainty had never allowed. Her conversations with captured Ionian leaders provided another source of unexpected complexity, where she had expected to find the kind of weak, indecisive personalities that Noxian doctrine suggested were inevitable products of overly philosophical societies. She instead encountered individuals who demonstrated a kind of inner strength that was unlike anything in her experience. They spoke of balance not as compromise or indecision, but as the result of understanding forces so complex that most minds could not even perceive them, let alone master them. One particular prisoner, an elderly monk named Kava, who had been captured during the occupation of a mountain monastery, challenged Riven's understanding in ways that left her genuinely unsettled. When she questioned him about Ionian military capabilities, he responded not with the defiance or fear she expected, but with what appeared to be genuine concern for her spiritual welfare. He spoke of the invasion not as a military or political crisis, but as a tragedy that would ultimately harm the invaders more than the invaded. "Your empire teaches you to see strength in conquest," the old monk observed during one of their conversations, his voice carrying no trace of anger or resentment. "But true strength comes from understanding one's place in the greater harmony of existence. You have great power, young captain, but power without wisdom becomes a burden that destroys those who carry it." Such words should have been easily dismissed as the desperate philosophy of a defeated enemy, yet something in the monk's demeanor suggested a kind of knowledge that transcended the immediate circumstances of war and occupation. He spoke with the calm certainty of someone who had spent decades contemplating truths that existed beyond the reach of military doctrine or political ambition. His presence was deeply unsettling precisely because it seemed to come from a place of genuine peace rather than resignation or defeat. As the Noxian campaign established its control over increasing portions of Ionian territory, Riven began to notice changes in her own soldiers that troubled her professional sensibilities. Veterans who had served with distinction in previous campaigns began displaying signs of spiritual exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical fatigue or combat stress. Some reported strange dreams filled with visions of natural harmony they had never experienced. Others spoke of feeling watched by unseen presences that seemed more sorrowful than hostile. Most disturbing of all were the reports from units stationed in areas where the natural environment had been significantly altered by military operations. Soldiers who had cleared ancient groves for defensive positions began experiencing a kind of melancholy that conventional military medicine could not address. Supply lines that cut through regions where traditional spiritual practices had been disrupted started experiencing unexplained difficulties, as if the very landscape had become reluctant to support their presence. The captain's own relationship with her runic blade began to change during this period, though she could not have articulated exactly how or why. The weapon still responded to her will with perfect precision, its magical enhancements still functioned flawlessly, yet sometimes when she drew it, she felt a strange resistance that seemed to come not from the blade itself, but from the environment around her. It was as if the very air of Ionia was somehow at odds with the principles that had guided the weapon's creation. Standing at her command post one evening, watching the sun set over a landscape that seemed to mourn its own occupation, Riven found herself grappling with questions that had no place in the mind of a Noxian officer. She had come to this land as a representative of the most sophisticated civilization in the known world, carrying weapons and knowledge that should have been obviously superior to anything Ionia could offer in response. Yet everywhere she looked, she saw evidence of a way of life that achieved results her empire could only dream of through methods it could barely comprehend. The invasion was proceeding exactly as planned, yet somehow it felt like a kind of victory that carried within it the seeds of its own meaninglessness. For the first time in her life, Captain Riven began to wonder whether conquest itself might not always be the highest good, whether there might exist forms of strength that her empire had never learned to recognize or value. As we witness these first hairline cracks appearing in the foundation of absolute certainty, perhaps we might consider what happens when our most cherished beliefs encounter truths they were never designed to accommodate. And how do we reconcile the success of our methods with growing doubts about their ultimate value? Chapter 5. Cracks in Faith. In the quiet spaces between certainty and doubt, where shadows of understanding begin to disturb the clear light of absolute conviction, the human heart discovers that truth can be far more complex than any doctrine prepared it to embrace. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of contemplation, let us witness the moment when Riven's unwavering faith first encountered realities too profound to ignore, when the very foundations of everything she believed began to shift beneath her feet, like sand disturbed by an incoming tide. The turning point came not through dramatic revelation, but through the accumulation of small observations that gradually eroded the certainty that had guided Riven's entire adult life. 3 months into the Ionian campaign, as autumn painted the conquered territories in shades of gold and crimson that seemed almost supernatural in their beauty, the captain found herself assigned to oversee the pacification of a region known as the Grove of Tranquil Waters, a name that would prove to be tragically prophetic. This particular province had been identified by Noxian intelligence as a potential center of organized resistance, home to several monasteries whose spiritual leaders were suspected of coordinating opposition to the occupation. The mission parameters were straightforward: establish imperial authority, relocate the civilian population to areas where they could be more effectively monitored, and convert the religious sites into administrative centers that would serve the empire's expanding bureaucratic needs. Riven approached the assignment with the same methodical professionalism that had characterized all her previous operations. Her forces moved into the region with textbook precision, establishing supply lines and communication networks before beginning the systematic processing of the local population. Initial resistance was minimal, consisting primarily of peaceful protests and passive non-cooperation that posed no serious tactical challenges for trained Noxian soldiers. What troubled the captain from the very beginning was the way the Ionians responded to displacement orders. Rather than the resigned compliance or angry defiance she had learned to expect from conquered populations, the people of the Grove of Tranquil Waters exhibited a kind of profound grief that seemed to encompass something far greater than personal loss. Families who were ordered to abandon homes their ancestors had inhabited for generations wept not just for their own displacement, but for what appeared to be the suffering of the land itself. The first monastery to be occupied yielded insights that challenged fundamental assumptions about Ionian society and spirituality. Rather than finding the kind of primitive superstition or elaborate theological doctrine that characterized most religious institutions in the territories Noxus had previously conquered, Riven's forces discovered something that defied easy categorization. The monks who surrendered their sanctuary without physical resistance possessed a kind of knowledge that seemed to bridge the gap between mystical tradition and practical wisdom. Master Yosef, the elderly abbot who formally surrendered the monastery keys to Riven personally, displayed a dignity in defeat that left her deeply unsettled. When she informed him that his community would be relocated to a designated resettlement area, he accepted the news with the same calm acceptance he might have shown upon learning of a change in the weather. Yet his eyes held a sadness that seemed to encompass not just his own fate, but something far more vast and terrible. "Captain," he said, in accented, but perfectly clear, Noxian, "may I ask what your empire intends to do with our sacred groves?" The question should have been irrelevant to military concerns, yet something in the abbot's tone suggested that the answer carried implications Riven had never been trained to consider. When she responded with standard doctrine about converting underutilized land to productive imperial purposes, Master Yosef simply nodded with the air of someone who had received confirmation of a tragedy he had long foreseen. Over the following weeks, as Noxian engineers began the process of clearing the monastic grounds for their new administrative functions, Riven started to understand what the abbot's question had really meant. The sacred groves that surrounded the monastery were not simply collections of trees, but living libraries that had been carefully cultivated over centuries to maintain the delicate balance of spiritual energies that sustained the entire region's prosperity. When the first ancient tree fell to Noxian axes, something died in the surrounding landscape that could not be measured by any instrument the Empire possessed, yet was immediately apparent to anyone with eyes to see. Flowers that had bloomed continuously for generations suddenly withered. Streams that had run crystal clear since time immemorial began to show signs of contamination, despite the absence of any identifiable pollutant. Birds that had filled the air with songs of impossible beauty simply vanished, leaving behind a silence that felt like morning itself. The civilian population's response to these changes provided Riven with her first genuine glimpse into the true nature of Ionian spirituality. Rather than the superstitious fear she had expected, she witnessed a kind of collective grief that suggested these people possessed an understanding of their environment that went far beyond anything her own culture had taught her to recognize. They mourned for the fallen trees, not as objects of worship, but as integral components of a living system whose destruction would have consequences extending far beyond the immediate area. An incident involving a young Ionian girl named Lynn crystallized Riven's growing unease into something approaching genuine doubt. The child, no more than 8 years old, had been separated from her family during the relocation process and was temporarily housed in the makeshift camp that had been established to process displaced civilians. When Riven encountered her during a routine inspection, the girl was sitting alone beside one of the few remaining sacred trees, tears streaming down her face as she pressed her small hands against the ancient bark. "Why are you crying, child?" Riven asked, her voice gentler than military protocol typically required. The girl looked up with eyes that held a kind of ancient sadness that seemed impossible in someone so young. "The tree is in pain," she said simply. "It doesn't understand why it has to die. It's been here longer than our great-grandparents' great-grandparents, and it still had so much to give." The words should have been dismissed as the naive anthropomorphism of a frightened child, yet something in the girl's demeanor suggested she was describing a reality that adult minds had simply forgotten how to perceive. When Riven looked at the tree through Lynn's eyes, she found herself wondering whether the Ionians might possess forms of knowledge that her empire had never learned to value precisely because they could not be conquered through force of arms. The systematic destruction of the Grove of Tranquil Waters proceeded according to schedule, yet each day brought new evidence that the operation was causing damage that extended far beyond the immediate tactical objectives. Supply convoys reported increasing difficulty navigating roads that had been perfectly serviceable just weeks earlier, as if the very landscape was becoming reluctant to support their passage. Medical personnel noted a significant increase in unexplained illnesses among soldiers stationed in areas where sacred sites had been demolished, symptoms that resembled depression more than any recognizable physical ailment. Most troubling of all were the reports from reconnaissance units operating in the surrounding territories. Villages that had shown no signs of resistance during the initial occupation suddenly began experiencing the same mysterious decline that had affected the monastic region. Crops failed without explanation, livestock sickened despite adequate care, and the civilian population exhibited signs of spiritual exhaustion that no amount of improved Noxian administration seemed able to address. Riven's own experience during this period reflected the broader pattern of inexplicable decline that seemed to follow in the wake of successful military operations. Her runic blade, which had always responded to her will with perfect precision, began to feel strangely heavy in her hands, as if the weapon itself was somehow affected by the environment in which it was being used. Sleep became increasingly elusive, filled with dreams of withering gardens and silent forests that felt more like memories than fantasies. The captain's relationship with her soldiers also began to change in ways that challenged her understanding of military leadership. Veterans who had served under her with unwavering loyalty started approaching her with questions that had no place in conventional tactical discussions. They spoke of feeling watched by unseen presences, of experiencing sudden moments of profound sadness that seemed to have no connection to their personal circumstances, of sensing that they were participating in something that was fundamentally wrong despite following orders that were technically correct. Sergeant Marcus Kane, a career soldier whose steady professionalism had anchored Riven's command structure since the beginning of the campaign, provided perhaps the most unsettling example of this transformation. During what should have been a routine briefing about patrol schedules, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and asked a question that cut to the heart of everything Riven was beginning to doubt. "Captain, are we sure we're making this place better? I mean, really sure, because everywhere we go, everything just seems to die a little, and I've been thinking about my own village back home, wondering what it would be like if strangers came and started cutting down our old oak trees because they had a better use for the land." The sergeant's words carried no trace of insubordination or disloyalty, yet they articulated doubts that Riven herself had been struggling to suppress. For the first time in her military career, she found herself unable to provide the kind of confident reassurance that had always come so naturally to her. The Empire's doctrine had answers for tactical questions and strategic challenges, but it offered no guidance for dealing with the possibility that success itself might sometimes be a form of failure. As autumn deepened into winter, the transformation of the Grove of Tranquil Waters neared completion, where ancient monasteries had once stood in harmony with their natural surroundings. Efficient administrative complexes now rose in stark geometric precision. Where sacred groves had once whispered with the accumulated wisdom of centuries, cleared fields awaited conversion to crops that would feed the Empire's expanding armies. By every metric that Noxian civilization valued, the operation had been an unqualified success. Yet, standing amid the ruins of what had once been one of Ionia's most spiritually significant regions, Riven could not escape the feeling that she had participated in something that was fundamentally wrong despite being technically correct. The efficiency of imperial administration could not compensate for the sense that something irreplaceable had been lost, something whose value could not be measured by any standard her culture had taught her to recognize. The final blow to her certainty came through witnessing the fate of Master Yosef and his displaced community. The abbot had adapted to life in the resettlement camp with the same graceful acceptance he had shown during the monastery's occupation, yet his physical decline was impossible to ignore. It was as if severing his connection to the sacred grove had broken something essential within him, leaving behind a shell that continued to function while the spirit slowly faded away. When the old monk died quietly in his sleep 3 months after his displacement, his passing seemed to mark the end of something far larger than one man's life. The other relocated monks spoke of his death, not as a personal tragedy, but as a symptom of a spiritual wound that had been inflicted on the very fabric of existence. Their grief carried a weight that suggested they were mourning not just their teacher, but the destruction of knowledge that had taken generations to accumulate and could never be recovered. Standing beside the abbot's simple grave in the resettlement camp's modest cemetery, Riven found herself confronting questions that struck at the very foundation of everything she had been taught to believe. Had the Empire's conquest of this region really created the kind of lasting improvement that justified the cost in human suffering and environmental destruction? Or had they simply imposed their own vision of order on a system that had already achieved a superior form of harmony through methods they lacked the wisdom to understand? The runic blade at her side seemed heavier than ever, as these doubts crystallized into something approaching genuine crisis of faith. An extension of her own will now seemed to carry the weight of every sacred tree that had fallen, every displaced family that had lost their ancestral home, every piece of irreplaceable wisdom that had been sacrificed in the name of imperial efficiency. As winter settled over the conquered territories like a shroud of mourning, Captain Riven stood at a crossroads she had never imagined could exist. The Empire's campaign was proceeding exactly as planned. Her own performance remained exemplary by every official standard, yet something fundamental had shifted in her understanding of what those achievements actually meant. Perhaps we might pause to consider, how do we measure the true cost of our victories, and what do we do when we begin to suspect that our greatest successes might also be our most profound failures? Chapter 6. The Chemical Weapon. In the darkest hours before dawn, when shadows hold secrets too terrible for daylight, and the air itself seems to whisper of approaching catastrophe, there come moments that divide a life into before and after, with such brutal finality that even memory struggles to bridge the chasm they create. Tonight, as we sit in the gentle safety of our quiet contemplation, let us witness the event that would shatter not only Riven's faith, but her very understanding of who she was and what she had devoted her life to defending. The order came through standard military channels on a morning when spring mist hung over the Ionian valleys like gossamer veils, carrying with it the promise of renewal that had sustained the land's people through countless seasons of change. Captain Riven received her briefing in the command tent she had established overlooking the Placidium Valley, where Ionian resistance forces had finally organized themselves into something resembling conventional military opposition to the Noxian occupation. For months, the Empire's forces had been engaged in what strategists politely termed pacification operations, a series of increasingly harsh measures designed to break the spiritual backbone of Ionian resistance. Traditional military tactics had proven frustratingly ineffective against an enemy that seemed to draw strength from their connection to the land itself, fading into forests and mountains that appeared to actively assist their concealment, while striking at supply lines with knowledge that could only come from generations of intimate familiarity with the terrain. The briefing materials spread across Riven's field desk spoke of a new approach, one that would finally bring decisive resolution to what had become an embarrassingly protracted campaign. Dr. Singh, one of the Empire's most brilliant chemical researchers, had developed what he described as a comprehensive environmental solution that would deny the enemy their greatest tactical advantage by rendering large areas of countryside uninhabitable for anyone without proper protective equipment. The weapon was described in clinical, scientific terms that somehow made its horrific nature easier to accept. It would be deployed as an aerosol agent that would dissipate naturally within weeks, causing temporary displacement of civilian populations while permanently disrupting the mystical connections that allowed Ionian forces to use their environment as an extension of their military capabilities. Casualties among properly equipped Noxian forces would be minimal, while enemy combatants would be forced to abandon their traditional tactics or face exposure to compounds that would prove decisively discouraging to continued resistance. Riven studied the deployment orders with the same professional attention she had given to countless other operational documents, yet something about this particular mission felt fundamentally different from anything she had previously been asked to execute. The language was carefully sanitized, but beneath the technical terminology, she sensed implications that her military training had not prepared her to fully comprehend. When she requested clarification about civilian protection protocols, she was assured that adequate warning would be provided to allow non-combatants to evacuate potentially affected areas. The Placidium Valley had been chosen as the test site for Dr. Singh's innovation because it represented everything the Noxian High Command found most frustrating about Ionian resistance. The region served as a natural fortress where geography and mysticism combined to create nearly impregnable defensive positions. Ancient groves provided concealment for enemy forces, while simultaneously serving as spiritual focal points that seemed to enhance their tactical coordination. Springs and streams that had been considered sacred for generations offered both practical water sources and mystical advantages that Noxian intelligence could observe but not explain. Most importantly, the valley had become a symbol of Ionian resilience that was inspiring resistance efforts throughout the occupied territories. If the Empire could demonstrate its ability to overcome even this most defensible position through the application of superior technology, the psychological impact would accelerate the collapse of organized opposition across the entire region. The operation was intended to serve as both tactical victory and strategic demonstration of Noxian superiority. Riven's role in the deployment was technically straightforward. Her forces would establish a perimeter around the target area, ensuring that no enemy combatants could escape to spread word of the new weapon's capabilities, while also preventing civilian interference with the scientific aspects of the operation. Dr. Singh himself would oversee the actual dispersal of his creation, supported by specialists who understood the complex equipment required for precise chemical warfare applications. The night before the operation, Riven found herself unable to sleep despite the exhaustion that typically followed weeks of intensive campaign planning. Something about the mission troubled her in ways she could not articulate, a sense of wrongness that seemed to emanate from some deeper part of her consciousness than rational analysis could reach. She walked the perimeter of her camp, checking security arrangements that she knew were already perfect, trying to identify the source of her unease. The valley spread below her position like a living painting, moonlight revealing the intricate patterns of cultivation and natural growth that characterized Ionian landscape management. Even from a distance, she could sense the harmonious integration of human habitation with environmental systems that had taken centuries to perfect. Villages nestled into hillsides as if they had grown there naturally, while terraced gardens followed the contours of the terrain with mathematical precision that somehow never felt artificial or imposed. As dawn approached, bringing with it the scheduled commencement of Dr. Singh's demonstration, Riven assembled her troops with the same attention to detail that had characterized every operation she had ever commanded. Her soldiers took their positions with professional efficiency, establishing observation posts and communication networks that would allow them to monitor the weapon's effectiveness while maintaining safe distances from potential exposure zones. Singh's arrived at the deployment site, accompanied by a convoy of specialized vehicles that bore little resemblance to conventional military equipment. The devices they unloaded looked more like the apparatus of some elaborate alchemical experiment than weapons of war, all gleaming tubes and precise gauges that suggested capabilities far beyond anything Riven had previously encountered. The doctor himself was a figure who seemed to exist at the intersection of brilliant intellect and disturbing obsession, his enthusiasm for his creation evident in every gesture as he supervised the final preparations. "Captain," he said, as he approached Riven's command position, his voice carrying the excitement of someone about to unveil a masterpiece, Today you will witness the future of warfare. No longer will our enemies be able to hide behind their primitive mysticism. Science will strip away every advantage their superstitions have given them, leaving them with nothing but their own inadequacy to protect them from imperial justice. The actual deployment began at precisely the moment specified in the operational timeline, with Dr. Singed activating devices that released their payload in clouds of greenish vapor that drifted across the valley floor with deliberate precision. From her observation post, Riven watched as the chemical fog spread through the landscape like an infection, seeping into every grove and stream, every garden and village, every sacred site and humble dwelling that had made the Placidium Valley a symbol of Ionian resilience. The effects were immediate and catastrophic in ways that no briefing document could have prepared her to witness. Where the chemical clouds touched the ancient groves, leaves began to wither and fall as if winter had arrived in a matter of minutes. Streams that had run crystal clear for millennia turned dark and oily, their waters carrying death to everything downstream. Birds fell from the sky in numbers so vast that their bodies carpeted the ground like a grotesque harvest of technological superiority. But it was the human cost that shattered something fundamental in Riven's understanding of herself and everything she had devoted her life to serving. The villages in the valley had not been evacuated as promised, either through deliberate deception or catastrophic failure of intelligence. Civilians remained in their homes when Dr. Singed's creation descended upon them like a plague made manifest. From her elevated position, Riven could see figures stumbling from their houses, gasping for air that had become poison, falling to their knees in gardens that were dying around them. Children who had been playing in courtyards moments before now lay motionless beside fountains whose waters had turned the color of old blood. Elderly residents who had spent their entire lives tending the spiritual traditions that connected them to their land died clutching sacred objects that offered no protection against the scientific precision of chemical warfare. Families that had welcomed the dawn expecting another day of simple, harmonious existence found themselves choking on air that burned their lungs and dissolved their hopes with equal efficiency. The screaming began within minutes of the initial deployment and continued long after Riven would have thought human voices could endure such strain. It rose from the valley floor like the sound of the world itself crying out in anguish, a chorus of agony that seemed to encompass not just human suffering but the death of something far more vast and irreplaceable. The very land appeared to be writhing in pain, as if Dr. Sing's creation was attacking the mystical foundations that had sustained life in this place for countless generations. Riven found herself gripping her runic blade so tightly that her knuckles had gone white, the weapon's familiar weight offering no comfort against the horror unfolding before her eyes. The sword that had once felt like an extension of her own will now seemed to pulse with its own revulsion, as if the magical energies woven into its creation were recoiling from contact with destruction so absolute and indiscriminate. Singed observed the effects of his weapon with the detached fascination of a researcher recording experimental data, making notes in a journal while death spread through the valley with methodical thoroughness. When Riven approached him, her voice tight with barely controlled emotion, he looked up from his observations with the expression of someone who had just solved a particularly challenging mathematical problem. "Doctor, there are civilians down there," she said, her words carrying implications that went far beyond simple tactical concerns. The intelligence reports said the area had been evacuated. "Casualties are inevitable in any revolutionary application of technology," he replied, his tone suggesting that her concern was a minor detail that had already been factored into his calculations. "The important thing is that we have confirmed the weapon's effectiveness against both mystical and conventional targets. The Empire now possesses the capability to neutralize any form of resistance that relies on environmental advantages. The casual dismissal of mass civilian casualties as acceptable experimental costs crystallized Riven's growing horror into something approaching pure rage. She had spent her entire adult life believing that Noxian conquest represented the triumph of civilization over chaos, of ordered progress over primitive stagnation. Yet what she witnessed in the Placidium Valley was not the liberation of a backward people, but the systematic destruction of a way of life that had achieved harmony between human civilization and natural systems through methods her own culture could not even comprehend, let alone replicate. As the day progressed, and the full scope of the chemical weapon's effects became apparent, Riven found herself confronting the collapse of every assumption that had guided her understanding of herself and her place in the world. The Noxian Empire that she had served with such devoted loyalty was capable of horrors that exceeded anything she had imagined possible. The principles of strength and merit that had shaped her identity were being used to justify atrocities that no rational ethical framework could support. The ruins of the Placidium Valley spread before her like a monument to the bankruptcy of everything she had believed in. Where morning had revealed a landscape of impossible beauty sustained by centuries of careful stewardship, evening showed only devastation so complete that even the soil itself seemed to have died. The chemical clouds had dissipated, leaving behind a silence that felt like the absence of hope itself. Standing amid the aftermath of Dr. Singh's demonstration, with her runic blade heavy at her side and the screams of the innocent still echoing in her memory, Captain Riven experienced the kind of revelation that changes not just what someone thinks, but who they fundamentally are. The empire she had served was not the force for civilization she had believed it to be, but something far more terrible, a machine for converting beauty into efficiency, wisdom into compliance, and life itself into resources to be exploited in service of expansion that had no purpose beyond its own continuation. The weight of this understanding settled upon her like a physical burden, heavier than any armor she had ever worn, and more painful than any wound she had ever received. Everything she had achieved, every victory she had won, every moment of pride she had felt in her service to Noxus, all of it was revealed as participation in a system whose ultimate logic led inevitably to the kind of horror she had just witnessed. As darkness fell over the poisoned valley, Riven stood at the epicenter of her own personal apocalypse, surrounded by the evidence of what her devotion had ultimately served. The runic blade that had once symbolized everything noble about her commitment to the Empire now felt like a weapon forged from her own complicity in unspeakable evil. Perhaps in this moment of absolute devastation, we might consider what happens when we discover that our deepest beliefs have been built upon foundations we never thought to examine, and how do we continue to exist when the very ground of our identity reveals itself to be quicksand. Chapter 7. The Shattered Blade. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, where reality fractures along lines too deep for healing and the very foundations of self crumble into dust that cannot be reassembled, there exists a moment of such profound transformation that it rewrites not only the future, but the meaning of everything that came before. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle certainty of our peaceful surroundings, let us witness the instant when Riven's soul broke so completely that the physical world itself could no longer sustain the symbols of what she had been. The 3 days following the chemical devastation of the Placidium Valley passed in a haze of mechanical compliance that bore no resemblance to Riven's previous experience of military service. She issued orders, filed reports, and maintained the operational readiness of her unit with the same precision that had always characterized her command style, yet every action felt like it was being performed by someone else, a hollow echo of the officer she had once been, going through motions that no longer carried any meaningful connection to her actual consciousness. Her soldiers noticed the change immediately, though none possessed the vocabulary to articulate what they observed. The captain who had once inspired them through the sheer force of her conviction now moved through her duties with the mechanical efficiency of a clockwork automaton. She spoke when protocols required speech, made decisions when command structure demanded leadership, but the animating spirit that had made her presence a source of strength and certainty had simply vanished, leaving behind only the external forms of military professionalism. The runic blade at her side seemed to reflect this internal transformation in ways that defied rational explanation. The weapon that had once hummed with responsive energy now felt cold and lifeless against her hip, its magical enhancements functioning with technical precision, but none of the harmonious resonance that had once made it feel like an extension of her own will. When she drew it during routine maintenance, the blade's surface seemed duller than it should have been, as if the very light refused to reflect properly from metal that had lost some essential quality. On the fourth day after the chemical attack, as reports continued to arrive, detailing the complete ecological collapse, spreading outward from the Placidium Valley, like ripples from a stone dropped in still water, Riven received orders that would have once filled her with professional pride, but now felt like the final mockery of everything she had once believed herself to be. High Command had decided that the success of Dr. Singh's demonstration warranted immediate expansion of chemical warfare capabilities throughout the Ionian theater of operations. Captain Riven was to be promoted to Major, and given command of a specialized unit tasked with identifying optimal targets for future chemical deployments. Her tactical expertise and proven ability to coordinate complex operations made her the obvious choice for overseeing what strategists were already calling the final phase of Ionian pacification. The promotion came with access to classified intelligence about planned operations that would dwarf the Placidium Valley demonstration in both scope and devastation. Reading through the operational briefings in her command tent, Riven felt something fundamental shift inside her consciousness, not the gradual erosion of faith she had experienced over the previous months, but a sudden, complete severance of every psychological bond that had connected her to the empire she had served since childhood. The plans spread before her described not military operations, but a systematic campaign of environmental destruction designed to render large portions of Ionia permanently uninhabitable. Entire regions would be subjected to chemical bombardment that would destroy not just current resistance, but the possibility of future recovery. Ancient forests that had taken millennia to reach their current state of mystical integration would be reduced to sterile wastelands. River systems that supported millions of people would be poisoned for generations. The cultural and spiritual heritage of an entire civilization would be erased with the same methodical thoroughness that characterized all Noxian military endeavors. The most horrifying aspect of these plans was not their scope, but the casual efficiency with which they had been developed. Staff officers had calculated optimal deployment patterns with the same professional competence they might have applied to supply logistics or communication networks. Chemical engineers had refined their formulations to achieve maximum environmental impact with minimum resource expenditure. Intelligence analysts had identified cultural and spiritual sites whose destruction would cause maximum psychological damage to surviving populations. Every aspect of the campaign reflected the same systematic application of superior knowledge and organized capability that had made Riven so proud to serve the Empire during her rise through the ranks. The Noxian military machine was functioning exactly as it had been designed to function, pursuing objectives with the disciplined precision that had conquered half a continent. Yet somewhere in the transformation from tactical excellence to genocidal efficiency, something essential about the nature of that service had been lost, or perhaps revealed as never having existed in the first place. Major Riven, for that was now her official designation, found herself standing at the center of plans that would complete the work begun in the Placidium Valley, extending Dr. Singh's innovations across enough territory to effectively end Ionian civilization as a functioning entity. She had been chosen for this role not despite her tactical brilliance, but because of it. Her superiors recognized that she possessed exactly the combination of strategic insight and operational competence required to orchestrate destruction on a scale that would reshape the continent. The weight of this recognition settled upon her like a physical burden that grew heavier with each breath. Every skill she had developed, every lesson she had learned, every moment of pride she had felt in her military achievements, all of it had been preparation for this moment, when she would be asked to apply her talents to the systematic erasure of everything beautiful and meaningful about Ionian existence. She had been forged into the perfect weapon for destroying the very qualities that had made the enemy worth respecting in the first place. As evening approached and the time came for her to formally accept the promotion and its accompanying responsibilities, Riven found herself alone in her command tent, staring at the runic blade that lay across her field desk like an accusation waiting to be answered. The weapon that had once symbolized everything noble about her service to the Empire now seemed to embody every compromise she had made, every atrocity she had witnessed, every moment when she had chosen loyalty over conscience. The blade's surface reflected the lamplight with perfect clarity, yet somehow the image seemed distorted, as if the metal was showing her not what she was, but what she had become. She saw reflected there not the principled officer who had sworn to serve civilization against chaos, but someone who had been transformed into an instrument of destruction so thorough that it exceeded even her own capacity to comprehend its implications. When she reached for the sword's hilt with the intention of drawing it one final time, something extraordinary occurred. The moment her fingers made contact with the weapon's grip, every magical enhancement that had been woven into its creation seemed to recoil from her touch, as if recognizing something incompatible with its essential nature. The runes inscribed along the blade's surface flickered with unstable light, their careful patterns disrupted by energies that felt more like revulsion than malfunction. For the first time since receiving the weapon, Riven felt resistance as she attempted to draw the blade from its scabbard. The sword that had always responded to her will with perfect obedience now seemed to fight against her attempts to wield it, as if the magical matrices that governed its function had somehow become aware of the purposes to which she was being asked to apply her skills. The runic inscriptions pulsed with increasingly erratic patterns, their light shifting from the steady blue glow of controlled power to the angry red of systems approaching catastrophic failure. When the blade finally cleared its sheath, Riven could feel the weapon trembling in her grip like a living thing experiencing pain. The magical enhancements that had once amplified her capabilities now seemed to be tearing themselves apart, unable to reconcile their original purpose with the reality of what their wielder had become. The very air around the sword shimmered with unstable energies as centuries of careful enchantment began to unravel in response to forces that no artificer had ever anticipated. "I can't," she whispered to the empty tent, her voice carrying the weight of a realization that encompassed far more than simple refusal of orders. "I can't be this anymore." The words had barely left her lips when the blade in her hands began to crack along lines that followed the runic inscriptions, as if the magical patterns themselves were becoming fault lines that could no longer support the stresses they had been designed to contain. The sound was unlike anything she had ever heard, not the clean snap of breaking metal, but something that seemed to echo from dimensions where physical and spiritual damage were indistinguishable. Light poured from the spreading fissures in streams of color that had no names in any human language, magical energies seeking release from matrices that could no longer contain them. The tent filled with radiance that illuminated everything, yet somehow cast shadows deeper than any natural darkness, creating a moment when the boundary between the physical and metaphysical became permeable enough for transformation to occur. With a sound like the breaking of the world itself, the runic blade shattered completely, its fragments scattering across the tent floor in patterns that seemed to spell out accusations in scripts that predated human civilization. Each piece glowed with its own fading light as the magical enhancements that had taken months to weave unraveled in seconds, leaving behind only ordinary steel that could never again serve as a conduit for power that required purity of purpose to function. Riven stood amid the wreckage of her most precious possession, holding only the sword's hilt and a few inches of broken blade that jutted from the crossguard like the stump of a severed limb. The weapon that had symbolized her dedication to Noxian ideals, that had served as the physical manifestation of her commitment to serving something greater than herself, had been destroyed not by enemy action or accidental damage, but by the incompatibility between its essential nature and the purposes to which she was being asked to apply it. The destruction of the blade felt like the death of her last connection to the person she had been before the Placidium Valley, revealed the true nature of everything she had devoted her life to defending. The young woman who had sworn to serve civilization against chaos no longer existed, having been revealed as someone who had been serving chaos against civilization without ever realizing the true nature of her allegiance. Standing in the ruins of her own identity, surrounded by the glowing fragments of a weapon that could not survive contact with the truth of what she had become, Major Riven experienced a moment of absolute clarity that was simultaneously the end of one life and the potential beginning of another. The Noxian officer who had risen through the ranks on merit and dedication was gone, destroyed as completely as the blade that had symbolized her service. What remained was something new and terrible and potentially redemptive, a consciousness freed from the illusions that had shaped it, standing naked before the reality of its own complicity in horrors that exceeded its capacity to rationalize or excuse. She had been broken as thoroughly as her sword, yet unlike the weapon, she retained the possibility of choosing what to build from the pieces. The promotion orders lay scattered among the blade fragments, their official seals and formal language rendered meaningless by the transformation that had just occurred. Major Riven would never exist as anything more than words on documents that described someone who had died the moment her sword shattered. What would emerge from this moment remained to be determined by choices that had no precedent in any manual or doctrine. As the last glimmers of magical light faded from the broken steel, having only the gentle illumination of her command-tent's oil lamps, Riven began to understand that some kinds of breaking are not endings but beginnings, the first step in a process of reconstruction that can only occur once everything false has been stripped away. Perhaps in this moment of absolute destruction we might consider what happens when we become so fundamentally incompatible with who we thought we were, that even our most cherished symbols reject us, and how do we find the courage to discover who we might become when everything we were has been reduced to scattered fragments. Chapter 8. The Self-Imposed Exile. In the hour before dawn, when the world exists in that liminal space between what was and what might yet become, there are those who choose to step away from everything they have ever known and walk into an uncertain darkness that offers no promises except the possibility of discovering who they truly are beneath the accumulated weight of others' expectations. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle rhythm of peaceful contemplation, let us follow Riven as she takes the first steps on a path that would lead her away from everything familiar and into a wilderness, both external and internal, where the only compass is the broken moral certainty that refuses to be silenced. The decision to abandon her command came to Riven not as a dramatic moment of revelation, but as the quiet recognition of an inevitable truth that had been growing within her consciousness since the moment her blade shattered. She could not serve an empire whose ultimate logic led to the systematic destruction of everything beautiful and meaningful in the world. She could not continue to wear the uniform of an organization that had revealed itself capable of horrors that exceeded her capacity to rationalize or excuse. Most fundamentally, she could not continue to be the person she had been without becoming complicit in atrocities that would render any future redemption impossible. The practical aspects of desertion presented challenges that her military training had never prepared her to consider. How does one abandon a command position in the middle of an active campaign without exposing subordinate officers to charges of negligence or conspiracy? How does one disappear from an army that maintains detailed records of every soldier's location and status? How does one walk away from the only life one has ever known without a destination or purpose to replace what is being left behind? In the end, Riven solved these problems through the same methodical approach that had characterized her most successful operations, planning her disappearance with the same attention to detail she had once applied to tactical deployments. She spent 3 days arranging for the transfer of her command responsibilities to subordinate officers, citing medical concerns that were not entirely fabricated. The psychological trauma of witnessing the Placidium Valley's destruction had left her genuinely incapable of functioning at full effectiveness. Her final act as a Noxian officer was to write a series of reports that would ensure her soldiers faced no consequences for her eventual disappearance. She documented equipment losses that would account for any gear she planned to take with her, filed personnel evaluations that would protect her subordinates from suspicion of complicity, and submitted tactical assessments that would give the high command confidence in the unit's continued effectiveness under new leadership. The letters she left behind told different stories to different audiences, each crafted to achieve specific outcomes while revealing as little as possible about her true motivations. To her immediate superiors, she described a medical condition that required immediate evacuation to specialists in the capital. To her fellow officers, she spoke of family emergencies that demanded her immediate return to Noxus. To the soldiers under her command, she offered the kind of final guidance that any responsible leader provides when transferring authority to new leadership. Only one letter told the complete truth, and it was addressed to no one in particular, a document that served more as an attempt to clarify her own thoughts than as communication intended for any specific recipient. In it, she tried to articulate the transformation that had occurred within her understanding of herself and the world, the gradual recognition that everything she had believed about the nature of strength and civilization had been revealed as a carefully constructed lie, designed to make atrocity seem noble. I cannot continue to serve a cause that requires me to become something I cannot live with being, she wrote in script that grew increasingly unsteady as she approached the document's conclusion. Whatever I was before the Placidium Valley, that person is gone. What remains must find a different path, even if that path leads nowhere except away from what I can no longer bear to be part of. The night of her departure, Riven stripped her tent of anything that might identify her as a Noxian officer, packing only the most essential supplies and the broken remnants of her runic blade. The weapon's fragments had taken on an almost sacred significance for her, not as reminders of her former glory, but as tangible evidence of the moment when she had chosen conscience over duty, truth over comfort, uncertainty over the false certainty that had nearly destroyed her capacity for moral reasoning. She wrapped the blade pieces in cloth that had once been part of her dress uniform, creating a bundle that weighed almost nothing yet felt heavier than any armor she had ever worn. These fragments represented both everything she had lost and everything she might yet hope to become, the physical manifestation of a breaking that had been necessary before any genuine reconstruction could begin. The journey away from her former life began in the pre-dawn darkness, when sentries were most likely to be focused on external threats rather than internal movement. Riven had chosen a route that would take her through terrain she knew intimately from months of campaign operations, following paths that would allow her to avoid both Noxian patrols and Ionian resistance forces, while she attempted to reach neutral territory, where her past would not immediately condemn her. Each step away from the camp felt like a small death, the severing of connections that had defined her existence for over a decade. The certainty of military life, with its clear hierarchies and unambiguous objectives, gave way to a terrifying freedom that offered no guidance about what choices to make or which direction to follow. For the first time since childhood, Riven found herself entirely responsible for determining her own path, without institutional framework to provide structure or meaning. The first weeks of exile unfolded in a haze of physical exhaustion and psychological disorientation that pushed her to the very limits of her endurance. Accustomed to the supported environment of military campaigns, where supply lines and medical support were always available, she struggled to adapt to the harsh realities of solitary survival in territory that remained actively contested by various factions. Sleep became elusive, not just due to the practical dangers of traveling alone through a war zone, but because of dreams that forced her to relive the Placidium Valley's destruction with obsessive regularity. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw again the children who had died choking on poisoned air, the elderly residents who had collapsed in gardens that withered around them, the expressions of confused anguish on faces that had never imagined such suffering was possible. During the day, exhaustion and the demands of navigation provided some respite from these mental torments, yet even the simple act of walking forward carried its own psychological burden. Every step took her further from everything she had once been, yet offered no clear indication of what she was moving toward. She was fleeing from a past that had become unbearable, but toward a future that remained utterly undefined. The physical challenges of exile proved easier to manage than the spiritual ones. Her military training had prepared her for survival in hostile environments, providing skills in foraging, shelter construction, and threat avoidance that served her well during the transition from supported officer to solitary wanderer. What no amount of preparation could have anticipated was the profound disorientation that came from existing without institutional identity or clear purpose. For more than a decade, every aspect of Riven's daily existence had been shaped by her role as a Noxian officer. Her responsibilities, her relationships, her understanding of her own worth, all of it had been defined in reference to military service and imperial objectives. Stripped of that framework, she found herself struggling with questions that seemed almost too basic to formulate. Who was she when she wasn't serving the Empire? What did her life mean when it wasn't connected to Noxian goals? How does one construct identity from nothing but personal conscience and the determination to avoid repeating past mistakes? The broken sword fragments she carried became focal points for these existential struggles, physical reminders of both her former certainty and its ultimate inadequacy. Sometimes she would sit by her evening campfire, unwrapping the cloth-bound pieces and studying them by flickering light, trying to understand how something that had once felt so solid and permanent could have shattered so completely when exposed to truth it couldn't accommodate. The blade's destruction had been more than symbolic, it had been revelatory, demonstrating that even the most carefully crafted certainties could prove incompatible with reality when that reality exceeded the assumptions upon which they had been based. Her faith in Noxian principles had broken in exactly the same way, not through gradual erosion but through sudden, catastrophic failure when confronted with evidence that its foundational premises were false. Yet unlike the sword which remained irreparably destroyed, Riven began to sense that her own breaking might be the first step in a reconstruction process whose ultimate form remained to be determined. The fragments of her former identity could not be reassembled into their original configuration, but they might serve as raw material for building something new, something that could accommodate the truth of what she had witnessed without requiring the kind of moral compromise that had nearly destroyed her capacity for ethical reasoning. This possibility became clearer during encounters with Ionian civilians who had been displaced by the continuing conflict. Rather than fleeing from her obvious Noxian origins, many of these refugees displayed a puzzling willingness to accept her assistance with practical problems despite every reason to regard her as an enemy. Their response suggested a kind of wisdom that transcended the immediate circumstances of war, a recognition that individual conscience could exist independently of institutional allegiance. An elderly woman named Chen, whom Riven encountered at a refugee camp near the border of contested territory, provided particularly valuable insight into the nature of moral transformation. When Riven attempted to apologize for the role her former service had played in the woman's displacement, Chen responded with gentle words that cut to the heart of her struggle. "Child," the old woman said, her voice carrying the patient authority of someone who had witnessed many seasons of change, "you cannot undo what has been done, but you can choose what to do with what you have learned. The person who committed those actions no longer exists. The question now is what kind of person will emerge from their absence." These words accompanied Riven as she continued her aimless wandering through territories that bore the scars of conflict she had helped to create. Everywhere she looked, she saw evidence of destruction that could be traced back to decisions she had supported, strategies she had implemented, and values she had embraced without questioning their ultimate implications. Yet she also began to notice signs of resilience and recovery that suggested healing was possible even after the most devastating wounds. Villages that had been abandoned during the initial invasion were slowly being reoccupied by residents who had found ways to rebuild their lives around the damage that could not be undone. Gardens that had been destroyed by military operations were being replanted with species that could thrive in altered soil conditions. Communities that had been scattered by conflict were reforming around new centers of meaning that incorporated the lessons learned through suffering. Witnessing these efforts at reconstruction provided Riven with her first glimpse of what her own future might hold. Perhaps the destruction of her former identity was not simply an ending, but the necessary preparation for beginning something different, something that could acknowledge the reality of past mistakes without being paralyzed by guilt over actions that could not be changed. Standing at the edge of a valley where new growth was beginning to emerge from soil that had been poisoned by chemical weapons, Riven felt the first stirrings of something that might eventually become hope. The broken sword fragments in her pack remained broken, but they no longer felt like simple reminders of failure. Instead, they began to seem like promises, evidence that even the most complete destruction could serve as the foundation for building something better than what had existed before. The path ahead remained unclear, offering no guarantees about where it might lead or what challenges it would present. Yet, for the first time since her world had shattered, Riven felt ready to begin walking forward with purpose rather than simply fleeing from what she could no longer bear to be. Perhaps we might consider, what does it mean to choose exile from everything familiar and certain? And how do we find the courage to build new meaning from the wreckage of beliefs that can no longer sustain us? Chapter 9. Seeking Redemption. In the gentle spaces where morning light filters through leaves that have learned to grow again after terrible wounds, where hope takes root in soil that remembers suffering but refuses to remain barren, there exists a kind of quiet heroism that asks nothing of the world except the opportunity to plant seeds of healing in ground that others might consider forever poisoned. Tonight, as we rest in the comfort of our peaceful surroundings, let us follow Riven as she begins the most difficult campaign of her life, not the conquest of territory or the defeat of enemies, but the painstaking work of discovering whether someone who has participated in great evil can find a way to contribute to good. The transformation from exile to purposeful action began quietly, as most genuine changes do, through a series of small encounters that gradually revealed possibilities Riven had never thought to consider. 6 months after her desertion, as winter gave way to spring in the contested borderlands between Noxian-occupied territory and free Ionia, she came upon a scene that would reshape her understanding of what redemption might actually mean in practical terms. A small farming village had been caught in the crossfire between Noxian supply convoys and Ionian resistance fighters, leaving its modest buildings damaged and its population scattered. The attack had not been particularly significant by military standards, barely worth mentioning in tactical reports, yet for the civilians whose lives had been disrupted, it represented the kind of devastating loss that no strategic objective could justify. When Riven arrived at the village, she found an elderly farmer named Takeshi, attempting to salvage what remained of his family's grain stores from a collapsed storehouse. The building had been struck by stray artillery during the skirmish, burying weeks of careful preparation under rubble that would take days to clear. Working alone, the old man was making little progress against damage that would require multiple people to address effectively. The moment when Riven chose to offer her assistance marked a fundamental shift in how she understood her relationship to the world around her. Rather than simply observing the consequences of conflict from a distance, she stepped forward and began the physical work of moving stones and debris that had been scattered by forces she had once been part of. For the first time since her exile began, she was actively contributing to reconstruction rather than simply fleeing from destruction. Takeshi accepted her help with the kind of pragmatic gratitude that characterized people who had learned to focus on immediate needs rather than abstract questions of allegiance or identity. When he learned that she was formerly Noxian, his response carried no trace of anger or resentment, only the weary acknowledgement that wars created suffering regardless of which side claimed victory. What mattered to him was not her past affiliations, but her present willingness to help repair damage that needed repairing. Working alongside the farmer as they cleared debris and sorted through damaged grain, Riven discovered something she had never experienced during her military career: the profound satisfaction that comes from contributing to creation rather than destruction. Every stone they moved, every salvageable seed they recovered, every beam they straightened represented a small victory against the forces of chaos and despair. The work was physically demanding and offered no glory or recognition, yet it felt more meaningful than any battle she had ever won. Over the following weeks, as word spread through the refugee networks that connected displaced communities throughout the region, Riven found herself drawn into an informal network of recovery efforts that operated entirely outside the official frameworks that governed military and political activity. Villages that had been damaged by conflict needed help with reconstruction. Families that had been separated, needed assistance with communication and reunification. Fields that had been contaminated by chemical weapons needed specialized knowledge to determine what could be salvaged and what required complete replacement. Her military training, ironically, proved invaluable for these civilian applications. Skills in logistics and resource management that had once been used to supply armies now helped coordinate the distribution of aid to communities cut off from normal trade networks. Knowledge of engineering and fortification that had been applied to siege warfare now guided the reconstruction of buildings and infrastructure. Understanding of terrain and movement that had facilitated military operations now enabled the safe evacuation of civilians from contested areas. Most importantly, her experience with leadership and coordination helped organize volunteer efforts that might otherwise have foundered due to lack of structure. Communities that had lost their traditional authorities to death or displacement found in Riven someone who could help them identify priorities, allocate limited resources effectively, and maintain morale during the difficult process of rebuilding lives that had been shattered by circumstances beyond their control. The work was not without its psychological challenges. Every village she helped rebuild contained reminders of the destruction she had once participated in creating. Every family she assisted in reunification had been torn apart by conflicts she had helped to perpetuate. Every field she helped restore to productivity had been damaged by the kind of tactical decisions she had once made without considering their human cost. Yet, rather than being paralyzed by these connections to her past, Riven began to understand them as sources of insight that could inform more effective efforts at repair. Her intimate knowledge of Noxian military doctrine allowed her to predict which areas were most likely to experience future conflict, enabling proactive evacuations that saved lives. Her understanding of chemical warfare enabled her to identify contamination patterns that civilian authorities might have missed, preventing exposure that could have caused long-term health problems. Perhaps most significantly, her experience with the psychological dynamics of military service helped her recognize and address the trauma that affected not just civilian survivors, but former soldiers from all sides who were struggling to find meaning in a world where the certainties of war had given way to the complexities of peace. One such encounter proved particularly transformative for Riven's understanding of her own potential for meaningful contribution. While helping to establish a medical clinic in a town that had been repeatedly occupied by different factions, she met a young Noxian deserter named Marcus, who had abandoned his unit after witnessing atrocities that exceeded his capacity to rationalize or excuse. Marcus was in the early stages of the kind of psychological collapse that Riven recognized from her own experience, the disorientation that comes from having one's fundamental assumptions about right and wrong revealed as inadequate guides to moral action. He carried the same haunted expression she had seen in her own reflection during the worst periods of her exile, the look of someone whose identity has been shattered by exposure to truths that cannot be ignored or forgotten. Rather than offering platitudes or simple reassurance, Riven shared her own story of transformation, describing the practical steps she had taken to move from paralyzing guilt to purposeful action. She explained how the work of reconstruction had provided her with a way to channel her self-recrimination into efforts that actually improved conditions for people who had suffered from the kind of conflicts she had once helped to perpetuate. "You can't undo what you've been part of," she told him as they worked together to organize medical supplies that would serve families displaced by chemical attacks. "But you can choose what you do with what you've learned. The knowledge that comes from making terrible mistakes can become the foundation for making better choices if you're willing to do the work that transformation requires." These conversations with Marcus and other former soldiers from various factions helped Riven recognize that her own journey toward redemption was part of a larger pattern of individuals attempting to construct meaning from the wreckage of conflicts that had revealed the inadequacy of simple moral categories. The work of reconstruction was not just about rebuilding physical infrastructure, but about creating new frameworks for understanding how people could relate to each other across lines of former enmity. As her reputation for effective assistance spread throughout the refugee networks, Riven began to encounter requests for help with increasingly complex challenges. Communities that had found ways to coexist despite being composed of people from different sides of the conflict needed guidance on establishing governance structures that could accommodate competing claims to legitimacy. Trade networks that had been disrupted by war needed help identifying routes and protocols that could function despite ongoing political instability. Each of these challenges required not just practical skills, but the kind of wisdom that comes from understanding how good intentions can lead to terrible consequences when they are not tempered by humility and careful attention to unintended effects. Riven's painful education in the gap between idealistic goals and brutal realities became a source of insight that helped communities avoid repeating the kinds of mistakes that had led to the current cycle of destruction and displacement. Perhaps the most significant test of her commitment to redemptive action came when she was asked to help mediate a dispute between Ionian villagers and a group of Noxian soldiers who had deserted their units and were seeking sanctuary in neutral territory. Both groups had legitimate grievances and reasonable fears, yet their mutual suspicion threatened to escalate into the kind of violence that would undermine the fragile peace that local leaders had worked months to establish. Drawing on her understanding of both military culture and Ionian spiritual traditions, Riven developed a framework for dialogue that acknowledged the harm that had been done while focusing on the practical requirements for coexistence. Rather than attempting to assign blame or demand apologies, she helped both groups identify shared interests in creating stability that would allow them to rebuild their lives without constant fear of renewed conflict. The process was painstaking and frequently frustrating, requiring patience and diplomatic skills that her military training had never emphasized. Yet gradually, through a series of carefully structured conversations and collaborative projects, former enemies began to recognize their common humanity and shared investment in preventing future violence. Standing in the community center that had been built through the joint efforts of Ionian villagers and Noxian deserters, watching children from both groups play together while their parents worked on shared agricultural projects, Riven felt something she had never experienced during her military career: the deep satisfaction that comes from contributing to genuine peace, rather than simply the temporary absence of active warfare. The broken sword fragments she still carried had taken on new meaning during these months of redemptive work. Rather than serving as reminders of failure, they had become symbols of transformation, evidence that even the most complete destruction could serve as the foundation for building something better than what had existed before. She had learned to see her own shattered identity in similar terms, not as a tragedy that needed to be mourned, but as the necessary preparation for becoming someone who could contribute to healing rather than harm. Yet even as she found meaning and purpose in this work of reconstruction, Riven remained acutely aware that redemption was not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process that would require constant vigilance against the human tendency to rationalize harmful actions through reference to noble intentions. The person she had been before the Placidium Valley had been motivated by genuine desire to serve civilization against chaos, yet those admirable goals had led her to participate in atrocities that exceeded her capacity to justify. The knowledge that good intentions offered no protection against moral failure served as both burden and gift, a source of perpetual uncertainty that prevented the kind of dangerous certainty that had once made her complicit in unspeakable evil, yet also a guide for making choices that acknowledged the complexity of ethical action in a world where every decision carried the potential for unintended consequences. As winter approached, and she prepared to continue her work in regions that had been even more severely damaged by the ongoing conflict, Riven carried with her the understanding that redemption was not about earning forgiveness for past mistakes, but about learning to live with the knowledge of those mistakes in ways that contributed to prevention rather than repetition. Perhaps we might consider, what does it mean to seek redemption, not through grand gestures or dramatic sacrifices, but through the patient daily work of contributing to healing in a world that has been wounded by our own past actions. Chapter 10. The Weight of Memory. In the quiet hours when sleep should bring respite, but instead delivers the accumulated weight of every choice we wish we could unmake, where the past refuses to remain buried beneath the hopeful soil of present good intentions, there exists a particular form of suffering that belongs only to those who have learned to see clearly the true cost of their former blindness. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle embrace of peaceful darkness, let us walk with Riven through the shadowlands of memory, where the ghosts of her past actions continue to whisper accusations that no amount of redemptive work can fully silence. 2 years had passed since Riven began her journey from exile to purposeful reconstruction. 2 years of patient labor that had helped rebuild dozens of communities and assisted hundreds of families in piecing their lives back together after the devastation of war. Yet despite the tangible good she had accomplished, despite the gratitude of those she had helped and the growing sense that her life might finally have meaning beyond the negation of past mistakes, the ghosts of the Placidium Valley continued to haunt her with relentless persistence. The memories came without warning or mercy, triggered by seemingly innocent details that her conscious mind could not have anticipated. The scent of certain flowers blooming in a garden she was helping to restore would suddenly transport her back to that morning when Dr. Singst's chemical clouds had turned paradise into a charnel house. The sound of children laughing as they played in a village square would echo with the screams of the young ones who had died gasping for air that had become poison. The sight of an elderly person tending their garden would conjure the image of Master Yosef, the monk whose displacement had led to his quiet death in a refugee camp, far from the sacred groves that had given his life meaning. These flashbacks came with a physical intensity that made them impossible to dismiss as mere psychological artifacts. When the memories struck, Riven would feel her runic blades wait at her side, even though the weapon had been destroyed years ago. Her hands would shake with the phantom sensation of gripping a sword hilt while giving orders that led to the systematic destruction of everything beautiful and meaningful about Ionian civilization. Her throat would tighten with words she had spoken in service of objectives that she now understood to have been fundamentally evil, despite being presented in the language of noble duty. The work of redemption, rather than providing relief from these psychological torments, sometimes seemed to intensify them by creating constant reminders of the gulf between her current efforts to heal and her past participation in destruction. Every village she helped rebuild contained families who had been shattered by the kind of operations she had once planned and executed. Every garden she assisted in replanting grew in soil that might have been contaminated by weapons she had helped deploy. Every child she encountered playing in restored community spaces was a living reminder of the children whose lives had been cut short by decisions she had supported without question. The most devastating episodes occurred when her past actions intersected directly with her current work. While helping to establish a medical clinic in a region that had been particularly heavily damaged by chemical attacks, Riven encountered a young woman named Yuki, whose family had been among the victims of the Placidium Valley assault. The recognition was mutual and immediate. Yuki had survived the attack that killed her parents and younger brother, escaping into the mountains with burns on her arms that had never fully healed. The moment when their eyes met across the clinic's main room was like being struck by lightning made of pure guilt and anguish. Riven saw in Yuki's scarred face and haunted expression the direct, personal consequence of every order she had given, every strategy she had implemented, every moment when she had chosen loyalty to Empire over examination of what that loyalty actually meant in human terms. Here was not an abstract victim of war, but a specific person whose suffering could be traced directly to decisions Riven had made in service of goals she had never questioned. Yuki's initial response was not anger or accusation, but something far more painful, a kind of weary recognition that seemed to encompass both understanding and judgment. When she spoke, her voice carried the flat effect of someone who had learned to discuss unspeakable trauma, as if it were a matter of purely academic interest. "You were there," she said simply, as if confirming a fact that had long been established. "I remember seeing Noxian officers watching from the hills while the poison spread through our valley. You were one of them, weren't you?" The question hung in the air like an indictment that no amount of subsequent good works could possibly answer. Riven found herself unable to speak, paralyzed by the collision between her efforts to build a meaningful life and the undeniable reality of the harm she had caused to the person standing before her. The clinic around them, which moments before had felt like a monument to the possibility of redemption, suddenly seemed like an inadequate gesture that could never balance the scales of what had been lost. When Riven finally managed to respond, her words felt hollow and insufficient even as she spoke them. I was part of it. I'm sorry. I know that's not enough. But I'm sorry. Yuki studied her with the kind of penetrating gaze that seemed to see through every rationalization and good intention to the core of who she actually was. Sorry doesn't bring back my little brother, she said, not with anger, but with the matter-of-fact tone of someone stating an obvious truth. Sorry doesn't undo the years I've spent learning to live with what I saw that day. What does sorry actually mean when the damage is permanent? The question struck at the heart of Riven's ongoing struggle with the nature of redemption and forgiveness. She had devoted years to attempting to atone for her past actions through present service, yet here was someone who had suffered directly from those actions, asking whether any amount of subsequent good behavior could meaningfully address harm that could never be undone. The work she had been doing suddenly seemed less like genuine redemption, and more like an elaborate form of self-therapy, designed to make her feel better about irreversible damage she had helped inflict. Their conversation, which continued over several painful hours as they worked together to organize medical supplies, forced Riven to confront questions she had been avoiding through her focus on practical service. Was her redemptive work actually about helping others, or was it primarily a way of managing her own guilt and psychological distress? Could someone who had participated in systematic destruction ever truly contribute to healing, or were all such efforts fundamentally tainted by the self-serving desire to feel better about past mistakes? Yuki's perspective on these questions was both more complex and more disturbing than simple condemnation might have been. She acknowledged that Riven's current work was genuinely helpful to communities that needed assistance, yet she questioned whether the motivation behind that work mattered less than its practical effects. Maybe it doesn't matter why you're helping, she said, as they sorted through bandages and medications, as long as the help actually works. But don't pretend that your good deeds erase what you did. The people who died don't come back to life because you're being useful now. These words accompanied Riven as she continued her work in subsequent weeks, casting shadows over activities that had previously provided meaning and purpose. The communities she helped were genuinely grateful for her assistance, yet she found herself wondering whether their gratitude was based on incomplete knowledge of who she actually was and what she had done. Would they still accept her help if they knew the full extent of her complicity in the machinery of destruction that had devastated their region? The psychological weight of these questions was compounded by the increasing frequency and intensity of her nightmares, which had evolved from simple replaying of traumatic events to elaborate scenarios in which her current redemptive work was revealed as inadequate compensation for past harm. She would dream of meeting the ghosts of children who had died in the Placidium Valley, who would thank her sarcastically for the schools and clinics she was helping to build, while pointing out that such institutions could never serve the dead. Sleep became increasingly elusive, not just because of these nocturnal visitations, but because the boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness began to blur in ways that left her uncertain about the reliability of her own perceptions. Sometimes, while working on reconstruction projects, she would suddenly hear the voices of people she had failed to save, offering commentary on her current activities that highlighted their ultimate inadequacy as responses to irreversible loss. The broken sword fragments she carried had taken on new significance during this period of intensified psychological struggle. Rather than serving as symbols of transformation or evidence that destruction could lead to reconstruction, they began to feel like relics of a person who had died, but refused to stay buried. The weight of the wrapped fragments seemed to increase with each passing day, as if they were absorbing the accumulated mass of her unresolved guilt and shame. During a particularly difficult night when sleep had proved completely impossible, Riven found herself unwrapping the blade pieces and studying them by moonlight, trying to understand what they represented at this stage of her journey. The metal fragments caught the pale illumination with surfaces that seemed to reflect not just light, but the accumulated weight of every decision that had led to their destruction. Looking at them, she felt as if she were confronting a mirror that showed not her current appearance, but the essential nature of who she had been and perhaps still was. The realization that came to her in that moment was both liberating and terrifying. The person who had participated in the Placidium Valley atrocity had not been replaced by someone else through the process of exile and redemptive work. Instead, that person continued to exist as an integral part of who she was, carrying within herself the capacity for both great harm and modest healing. The memories that tormented her were not external punishments imposed by cosmic justice, but accurate reflections of actions she had chosen to take when she possessed different understanding of their meaning. This recognition led to a fundamental shift in how she understood the nature of her ongoing psychological struggle. Rather than fighting against the memories of her past actions, she began to accept them as permanent features of her mental landscape that would require lifelong management rather than eventual resolution. The ghosts of her victims were not problems to be solved or obstacles to be overcome, but companions who would accompany her for the remainder of her life, serving as constant reminders of the human cost of moral blindness. The work of redemption, she began to understand, was not about earning forgiveness or achieving some state of psychological peace that would allow her to feel good about herself again. Instead, it was about learning to live productively with the knowledge of what she had done, channeling that knowledge into choices that acknowledged rather than denied the permanent reality of irreversible harm. This shift in perspective did not eliminate the nightmares or reduce the intensity of her psychological distress, but it did provide a framework for understanding that distress as appropriate rather than pathological. The weight of memory was not a burden to be shed, but a responsibility to be carried with dignity and purpose. The ghosts of her past would never be laid to rest, but they could serve as guides for making choices that honored rather than repeated the lessons written in their suffering. Standing in a garden where new growth was emerging from soil that had been poisoned by weapons she had helped deploy, surrounded by the evidence of both destruction and renewal, Riven felt the full weight of what it meant to be someone who carried within herself the memory of great harm, alongside the ongoing commitment to prevent its repetition. The burden was almost unbearable, yet it was hers to bear, and bearing it had become the foundation of whatever meaning her life might yet possess. Perhaps we might consider, what does it mean to live with the knowledge that some forms of damage can never be fully repaired? And how do we find the strength to continue working for healing while accepting that our efforts will always be incomplete responses to irreversible loss? Chapter 11. Reforging Purpose. In the space between accepting what cannot be changed and discovering what still might be possible, where wisdom emerges not from the absence of suffering, but from learning to transform pain into purpose, there exists a kind of quiet revolution that reshapes not the world around us, but our understanding of our place within it. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle certainty of our peaceful moment, let us witness Riven's gradual recognition that true honor cannot be inherited from institutions or imposed from outside, but must be forged from within through the daily choice to act according to principles that honor both the truth of what we have done and the possibility of what we might yet become. The turning point in Riven's understanding of honor and purpose came not through dramatic revelation, but through a conversation with an unlikely teacher whose wisdom had been earned through a lifetime of quiet service that bore no resemblance to the military glory she had once pursued. 3 years into her journey of redemptive work, while helping to establish agricultural cooperatives in a region that had been particularly devastated by chemical attacks, she encountered an elderly Ionian farmer named Kenji, whose approach to life embodied principles she had never learned to recognize or value. Kenji had lost everything in the war: his family, his ancestral lands, his position as a respected elder in his community, yet he spoke of these losses not with bitterness or despair, but with the matter-of-fact acceptance of someone who had learned to find meaning in adaptation rather than restoration. When younger refugees complained about the inadequacy of their current circumstances compared to what they had lost, he would listen with patient attention before offering perspective that reframed suffering as opportunity for growth, rather than evidence of cosmic injustice. Honor, he told Riven during one of their conversations as they worked together to test soil that had been contaminated by toxic agents, is not something you possess because others recognize your achievements. Honor is what emerges when your actions align with your deepest understanding of what is right, regardless of whether anyone else appreciates or even notices what you have done. The old farmer's words challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of worthy service that had shaped Riven's entire understanding of her own identity. Throughout her military career, honor had been something conferred by institutional recognition, medals, promotions, respect from superiors and peers who acknowledged her contributions to collective goals. The idea that honor might exist independently of external validation, that it might emerge from private choices made according to personal conscience rather than official doctrine, represented a completely different way of understanding what made a life meaningful. Kenji's own story provided concrete examples of this alternative approach to honor in action. During the early phases of the Noxian invasion, when his village had been occupied and its young people conscripted into forced labor battalions, he had quietly organized networks that provided food and medical care to families whose breadwinners had been taken. The work had been dangerous and thankless, requiring careful coordination that avoided detection by occupation authorities while meeting desperate needs that official channels ignored. "No one gave me orders to help my neighbors," he explained, as they planted seeds in soil that had been carefully treated to neutralize chemical contamination. "No general praised my tactical thinking or awarded me recognition for successful operations. I helped because helping was what the situation required, and because I could not live with myself if I chose comfort over conscience when people around me were suffering." This example of honor, emerging from individual moral choice rather than institutional framework, provided Riven with a new lens for examining her own journey from military service to redemptive work. She began to recognize that her errant activities derived their meaning not from their relationship to any external authority or recognition system, but from their alignment with her evolving understanding of what constituted ethical action in a world where every choice carried the potential for both harm and healing. The process of learning to think about honor in these terms was complicated by the persistent influence of her military training, which had conditioned her to evaluate the worth of any action primarily in terms of its contribution to larger strategic objectives. Even her redemptive work had been unconsciously organized around goals and metrics that resembled military campaign planning. Numbers of communities assisted, families reunited, infrastructure projects completed. She had been approaching redemption as if it were another form of conquest, with success measured by territory gained against the forces of suffering and despair. Kenji's example suggested a different approach, one that found meaning in the quality of attention and care brought to each individual interaction rather than in the accumulation of measurable outcomes. When he helped a family repair their damaged home, he was not attempting to solve the broader problem of war-induced displacement, but responding to the specific needs of particular people who happened to be within reach of his assistance. The value of his action lay not in its strategic significance, but in its expression of the kind of person he had chosen to become. This shift in perspective began to transform Riven's understanding of her own work and its relationship to the psychological burden she carried from her past actions. Rather than viewing her current service as an attempt to balance scales that could never be balanced, she started to see it as the expression of principles that had emerged from her painful education in the difference between institutional loyalty and personal conscience. The work had value independent of its relationship to her guilt or need for redemption. It mattered because helping mattered, not because helping might somehow undo previous harm. The broken sword fragments she carried had taken on new significance as she absorbed these lessons about the nature of honor and purpose. Rather than representing either her former glory or her current shame, they began to serve as reminders of the moment when she had chosen truth over comfort, individual conscience over institutional allegiance. The blade's destruction had been necessary before any genuine reconstruction could begin, just as the destruction of her former understanding of honor had been required before she could develop a more authentic relationship to questions of duty and service. This evolving understanding was tested when she encountered situations that required her to make difficult choices without clear guidance from either external authorities or established precedent. While helping to mediate a dispute between refugee communities and local residents who were struggling with resource allocation, she found herself forced to develop solutions that satisfied no one completely, but prevented conflict that could have escalated into violence, devastating to all parties involved. The old Riven would have approached such challenges by applying doctrine and seeking approval from superior authorities who could take responsibility for controversial decisions. The new work she was developing required her to take full personal responsibility for choices that emerged from her own analysis of complex situations, accepting that imperfect solutions were often the best available options when perfect justice remained impossible. These experiences taught her that true honor required not the absence of doubt or uncertainty, but the willingness to act according to one's best understanding while remaining open to the possibility that future learning might reveal better approaches. The certainty that had characterized her military service had been a form of moral laziness that allowed her to avoid the difficult work of individual ethical reasoning by outsourcing such decisions to institutional frameworks that claimed to have already resolved all important questions. Personal conscience, she discovered, was far more demanding than institutional loyalty because it required constant attention to the gap between intended and actual effects of one's actions. Military doctrine provided clear answers to tactical questions, but individual moral reasoning required ongoing examination of whether those answers produced outcomes that aligned with deeper principles about the kind of world she wanted to help create. The development of this more mature understanding of honor and purpose was accelerated by her interactions with other individuals who had found their own paths away from institutional frameworks toward more authentic forms of service. Marcus, the former Noxian soldier she had first encountered during the early stages of her redemptive work, had evolved into a skilled organizer of refugee assistance networks that operated entirely through voluntary cooperation rather than hierarchical command structures. "The army taught me how to follow orders and carry out missions," he explained during one of their collaborations on a project to establish safe transportation routes for displaced families. "But it never taught me how to think about whether the missions were worth carrying out, or whether the orders deserved to be followed. Learning to make those judgments for myself has been harder than any training I ever completed, but it's also been the most important education I've ever received." These conversations with fellow veterans who had undergone similar journeys of moral transformation helped Riven recognize that her experience was part of a larger pattern of individuals discovering that genuine honor required the courage to think independently about questions that institutions preferred to answer through appeals to authority and tradition. The work of developing personal conscience was difficult precisely because it offered no guarantees and no external validation, requiring each person to take full responsibility for choices that could never be perfectly justified through reference to established doctrine. As her understanding of these principles deepened, Riven began to notice changes in how she approached even the most routine aspects of her daily work. Rather than simply applying techniques she had learned during her military training, she started to examine each situation on its own terms, considering not just what methods would be most efficient, but what approaches would best honor the dignity and autonomy of the people she was attempting to assist. This shift led to more collaborative and less directive forms of engagement with the communities she served. Instead of arriving with predetermined solutions based on her analysis of their problems, she learned to listen more carefully to their own understanding of their needs and to support their efforts to develop approaches that aligned with their values and capabilities. Her role evolved from that of an expert applying superior knowledge to that of a facilitator, helping others discover and implement their own wisdom. The satisfaction that came from this more authentic form of service was qualitatively different from anything she had experienced during her military career. Rather than the temporary euphoria of victory or the pride of institutional recognition, she discovered a quiet contentment that emerged from knowing she was contributing to outcomes that reflected her deepest convictions about the kind of person she wanted to be and the kind of world she wanted to help create. Standing in a community center that had been built through the collaborative efforts of former enemies who had learned to work together despite their historical grievances, watching children play games that taught cooperation rather than dominance, Riven felt the presence of something she could finally call honor without reservation or qualification. This was not honor conferred by external authorities, but honor earned through the daily choice to act according to principles that had been tested against the reality of their consequences and found worthy of continued commitment. The broken sword fragments in her pack had become something new during this process of transformation, not relics of former glory or symbols of current shame, but evidence that even the most complete destruction could serve as the foundation for building something better than what had existed before. Her shattered faith had been reforged into something more durable and more authentic, a set of principles that could withstand contact with complexity and uncertainty because they had been developed through experience rather than inherited from authority. As evening settled over the peaceful scene of former enemies working together on shared projects, Riven understood that she had finally found what she had been seeking without knowing it, a form of purpose that emerged from within rather than being imposed from without, a kind of honor that belonged to her because she had chosen it rather than because others had awarded it to her. Perhaps we might consider, what does it mean to discover that true honor cannot be inherited or awarded, but must be forged through the daily choice to act according to principles we have tested against the full complexity of human experience and found worthy of our deepest commitment? Chapter 12. The Exile's Path. In the gentle twilight where paths converge not toward destinations, but toward deeper understanding of what it means to walk forward with purpose born from brokenness, where the journey itself becomes the teacher, and every step reveals new dimensions of what healing might look like when it emerges from acceptance rather than denial, we find ourselves at the edge of mystery, not the mystery of what will happen next, but the profound mystery of how a soul can rebuild itself from fragments that seemed irreparably shattered. Tonight, as our long contemplation draws toward its peaceful close, let us walk with Riven along the continuing path of her exile, where she discovers that some forms of homelessness can become the foundation for a deeper kind of belonging than any empire could ever provide. 5 years had passed since the shattering of Riven's blade marked the end of one life and the uncertain beginning of another. 5 years of patient work that had taught her the difference between seeking redemption and learning to live worthy of the breath that continued to fill her lungs, despite everything she had done to forfeit the right to peaceful existence. The communities she had helped rebuild dotted the landscape, like seeds of possibility planted in soil that had been poisoned by the very conflicts she had once helped to perpetuate. Each one a testament to the stubborn resilience of hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable damage. Yet, perhaps, the most significant transformation had occurred, not in the external world of villages reconstructed and families reunited, but in the internal landscape of her own understanding of what it meant to be human, in a world where every choice carried the potential for both creation and destruction. The path of exile had taught her that home was not a place to which one could return, but a state of being that emerged from alignment between one's actions and one's deepest convictions about what constituted a life worth living. This lesson had been learned gradually, through countless small encounters that revealed the inadequacy of simple categories like guilt and innocence, redemption and damnation, honor and shame. Each person she met carried their own burden of choices that seemed impossible to classify as purely right or wrong, their own struggle to construct meaning from experiences that defied the moral frameworks they had inherited from family, tradition, or institutional authority. The wisdom that emerged from these encounters was not the kind that could be reduced to simple principles or clear guidelines for future action, but something more complex and more humble, the recognition that moral reasoning was an ongoing process rather than a destination, a way of engaging with the world that required constant attention to the gap between intention and effect. between the stories we tell ourselves about our motivations and the actual consequences of our choices. During a recent conversation with Yuki, the survivor of the Placidium Valley, whose scarred presence had forced Riven to confront the permanent reality of irreversible harm, this evolving understanding had crystallized into something approaching wisdom. They had been working together to establish a memorial garden on the site where Yuki's family had died, a project that honored the dead while creating space for new life to emerge from soil that had been poisoned by weapons Riven had helped deploy. "I used to think that forgiving you would mean pretending that what happened didn't matter," Yuki had said, as they planted trees whose roots would gradually cleanse the contaminated earth. "But I've learned that forgiveness isn't about forgetting or excusing. It's about choosing to believe that people can change in ways that honor rather than mock the suffering they've caused." The distinction between honoring and mocking suffering had become central to Riven's understanding of what her continued existence might mean in moral terms. Every day brought choices about how to engage with the reality of what she had done, whether to approach her past actions with the kind of serious attention that acknowledged their full weight, or to diminish their significance through self-serving narratives that prioritized her own psychological comfort over honest examination of the harm she had caused. The broken sword fragments she carried had evolved into symbols of this ongoing commitment to honest engagement with difficult truths. Rather than relics of former glory or tokens of current shame, they had become reminders that some forms of breaking were necessary preparation for more authentic forms of wholeness. The blade's destruction had been painful precisely because it had been genuine, not a strategic decision designed to achieve particular outcomes, but an authentic response to the revelation that everything she had believed about herself and her place in the world had been built upon foundations too fragile to support contact with reality. This authenticity had become the cornerstone of whatever identity she was building from the pieces of who she had been before the Placidium Valley revealed the true nature of her service to Empire. Rather than attempting to construct a new self that would be free from the stain of past mistakes, she had learned to build a life that incorporated those mistakes as essential elements of who she was, not obstacles to overcome, but foundational experiences that informed every subsequent choice about how to engage with the world. The practical implications of this approach were visible in every aspect of her current work. When communities asked for her assistance with reconstruction projects, she shared not just her technical knowledge, but her understanding of how good intentions could lead to harmful outcomes when they were not tempered by careful attention to unintended consequences. When former soldiers sought her guidance about transitioning from military to civilian life, she offered not just practical advice, but honest discussion of the psychological challenges involved in learning to live with the knowledge of actions that could not be undone. Perhaps most importantly, when young people expressed interest in military service or political activism, she shared her story not as a cautionary tale designed to discourage engagement with larger causes, but as an example of why such engagement required the development of personal conscience capable of independent moral reasoning. The goal was not to prevent others from making commitments to something greater than themselves, but to help them develop the intellectual and emotional resources necessary to evaluate whether their commitments were actually serving the values they believed they were defending. This educational aspect of her work had gradually evolved into something resembling a calling, though she was careful to avoid the kind of grandiose language that might suggest she had found a new form of institutional purpose to replace the imperial service that had ultimately proven inadequate. Instead, she understood her role as that of a witness, someone whose particular combination of experiences and hard-won wisdom might be useful to others facing similar challenges of conscience and commitment. The network of individuals who had been influenced by these conversations had grown over the years into an informal community of people committed to the kind of careful moral reasoning that she had learned to practice through painful experience. They came from diverse backgrounds, former soldiers from various armies, civilians who had survived conflicts they had not chosen, administrators who had discovered the gap between institutional rhetoric and actual effects of policy implementation. What united them was not shared ideology, but shared commitment to the ongoing work of examining their own motivations and effects with the kind of honesty that prevented comfortable self-deception. Marcus, the former Noxian soldier, who had become one of her closest collaborators in this work, had recently articulated something that captured the essence of what they were collectively attempting to accomplish. "We're not trying to build a movement or establish new institutions," he had said during a gathering of their informal network. "We're trying to learn how to be individuals who can think clearly about complex moral questions without needing someone else to tell us what the right answers are supposed to be." This commitment to individual moral reasoning had led to involvement in situations that required delicate navigation between competing claims to justice and legitimacy. When conflicts arose between communities with different approaches to post-war reconstruction, Riven and her collaborators often found themselves serving as mediators who could help identify common ground while respecting fundamental differences in values and priorities. The skills required for this work had little in common with the tactical expertise that had made her successful as a military officer, yet they drew upon the same underlying capacity for systematic analysis and strategic thinking that had always characterized her approach to complex challenges. The difference was that moral reasoning required constant attention to the possibility that one's own perspective might be incomplete or distorted by self-interest, making humility rather than confidence the most important intellectual virtue. This humility had become the foundation of whatever peace she had managed to construct from the wreckage of her former certainties. Rather than seeking the kind of closure that would allow her to feel good about herself again, she had learned to find satisfaction in the ongoing work of living responsibly with knowledge that would always be incomplete and commitments that would always be provisional. The goal was not to achieve some final state of moral purity, but to maintain the kind of active attention to ethical questions that honored both the complexity of human experience and the reality of human fallibility. Standing in the memorial garden where Yuki's family was remembered through living trees that would outlast any human memory of the specific tragedy they commemorated, Riven felt the presence of something that might be called redemption, though it bore no resemblance to the triumphant restoration she had once imagined such a word might describe. This was redemption as ongoing process rather than final destination, a way of living that acknowledged permanent loss while refusing to allow that loss to justify despair or inaction. The broken sword fragments in her pack had become lighter over the years, not because they had lost any of their significance, but because she had learned to carry them as reminders rather than burdens. They served as evidence that even the most complete destruction could serve purposes that were invisible at the moment of breaking, that some forms of shattering were necessary preparation for building something more durable and more honest than what had existed before. The path ahead remained uncertain, offering no guarantees about what challenges it might present or what opportunities it might provide for continued service. Yet, for the first time since her world had collapsed in the aftermath of the Placidium Valley, Riven felt ready to continue walking forward without needing to know where the path might ultimately lead. The journey itself had become meaningful enough to justify the effort required to continue it, regardless of whether it would ever culminate in anything that could be called a destination. As the sun set over landscapes that bore the scars of conflicts she had helped create, and the signs of healing she had helped nurture, Riven understood that Exile had given her something she had never possessed during her years of imperial service, the freedom to define her own relationship to questions of duty and honor, according to principles that had been tested against the full complexity of human experience and found worthy of continued commitment. The Exile's path stretched ahead into uncertain darkness, yet it was illuminated by the quiet conviction that some forms of homelessness could become the foundation for a deeper kind of belonging than any empire could ever provide. She was no longer Noxian or Ionian, soldier or civilian, hero or villain, but something more complex and more honest, a human being learning to live responsibly with the knowledge of what she had done and the possibility of what she might yet become. Perhaps, as our long contemplation draws to its close, we might consider, what does it mean to discover that the journey away from who we thought we were can become the path toward who we actually have the potential to become, And how do we find the courage to continue walking when the destination remains forever unknown?